chairperson of the Women's Caucus. We welcome the Honorable Odongo George, member of Eala and representing the Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly. We also welcome Dr. Rose Huia from the Tengeru Institute of Community Development. She's the director there. And we also welcome Dr. Hilda Mwakatumbula, GIZ component lead. If I don't pronounce well, forgive me, but I'm trying. So welcome, and we are going to get started. But before we do that, I would like us to recognize amidst us, all of us who are around. Can we clap for ourselves? And I would like us to also recognize Her Excellency Anne Katsime, the Consul General of Uganda Consulate in Arusha. She's amidst us. And Her Excellency Mohammed Ramadan Ruwange, Consul General of Kenya Consulate in Arusha. And then Miss Kendi Waria, Second Secretary to Arusha Consulate from Kenya. So welcome, honorable members and all our dignitaries. We honor you for being part of our event today. My name is Jacqueline Amongin. I am a member of the East African Legislative Assembly, but also a Secretary General of the Women Caucus of Eala, and I'm honored to be moderating this morning session. I hope you'll enjoy this session. And before we commence, I would like to let you know that this is our second intergenerational convening. Last year, we held a wonderful convening where we discussed issues regarding to engagement of women, especially young women living to their dream. And today, this is our second ESC Women's Intergenerational Dialogue. Our theme for this financial year is digital transformation within the ESC. And we have also realigned our theme for this year on women leading the digital future, harnessing technology, innovation, and emerging opportunities for mentorship and transformative leadership in East Africa. Meaning, therefore, we cannot be left behind. We must be counted in each and every developmental aspect that takes place in our modus operandi. Allow me, at this important occasion, take this opportune moment. Of course, we have the executive of the Women Caucus. I know the chair will introduce them, but I would like to take this opportunity to introduce to you a honorable member who is a women's rights advocate, policy expert, and a politician. She is also serving her second term in the East African Legislative Assembly. She's on record to have been among the first people to create the National Women's Council of Rwanda. She worked with the Women's Ministry in Rwanda. She served as a Rwandan ambassador to Tanzania, to Seychelles, and served in the Rwanda government board. She served in the APRM panel of eminent persons board, which was then headed by Her Excellency Ellen John Sirleaf. And in both boards she ensured that development is sustainable and falls within the human rights framework. And her concern has always been inclusion and bringing women on board. She is the current chair of the East African Legislative Assembly Women Caucus, a commissioner, and the person mentoring most of us while we are in the East African Assembly. But before we bring her, because I haven't yet introduced her to you, I want to take us back that since we are just starting, can we raise up for our East African anthem? Merci. East African anthem? Thank you so much. Can we resume our seats? Thank you very much. I know you were all waiting to know who that person I was talking about is, and I don't want to keep you guessing. Allow me at this opportune moment introduce to you Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Ndagiza, the chairperson of the Eala Women Caucus and the Commissioner of Parliament. I would like to invite you to address this gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Jackie, for that introduction. And thank you, Honorable Jackie, and I'm humbled. Good morning, honorable colleagues and delegates. Habari za asubuhi. You are not happy. Are you happy?
Yes.
Can you show that you are happy to receive our dignitaries here? This is a big day for all of us, for East Africans. Let me start by recognizing Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, the first Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda and Minister of EAC Affairs, and also the chairperson of EAC Council of Ministers. We are so happy that despite her busy schedule, she's able to grace our event. We are also with Honorable Ambassador Stephen Bundi, the EAC Secretary General. Secretary General, we are so happy that you are here to grace our event and that you are a great champion of women and gender equality. We also have Honorable George Odong, representing Right Honorable Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly. And then we have Dr. Rose Kiwia, representing the Rector of the Tengeru Institute for Community Development. Tengeru, we've been together, and I hope Rose Mtei, you can also stand for recognition. She's the manager for National Women Research and Development Center. You see it whenever you go to Arusha Airport. It's an institute that has been working with us to organize the intergenerational dialogue. They are so committed, and we're happy that even some of their students are here. So students, are you there? Okay, we want to hear your voices because you are the future of East Africa. I want also to recognize honorable members of Eala, in particular our he for she champions. You know, our male colleagues have been with us all through. They are so passionate about the empowerment of women. They believe that you cannot talk about a united, secure, prosperous Africa when you leave women and girls behind. So we are privileged to be that you are here. And our ladies, Eala Women Caucus members, thank you so much. You are why Eala works. I want also to recognize our distinguished members of the diplomatic community, Honorable Ambassador Hope, representing the Consulate of the Republic of Uganda here in Arusha, Honorable Mohammed, representing Consulate, not Honorable Ambassadors, Ambassador Mohammed, representing the Republic of Kenya and leading the consulate here, and all other members of diplomatic corps that are here, and regional and international organizations. I know Monica Chamazima is also here. She's the leading Willow International. You can stand for recognition. She's also our partner. I want also to recognize the representative of GIZ. GIZ is a special partner, Dr. Mwakatumbula Hilda. GIZ component lead deep together with Secretariat. They've made us able to organize this event, but also for us to participate in the last two events. So allow me to recognize everyone, every delegate here, representing civil society, representing academia, representing private sector, but also the young people of East Africa. You are all welcome. Jumuiya is your home, and this is the headquarters. It is with deep pride and purpose that I welcome you all on behalf of the Eala Women Caucus to the second EAC Intergenerational Dialogue, a platform that unites the wisdom of experience with the energy of youth. We are gathered by a common conviction: women must not only participate in the digital future, they must lead. To our partners who have joined us from across the region and beyond, your presence reaffirms our shared belief that gender equality and digital transformation are inseparable objectives. The significance of this dialogue: when we held the first intergenerational dialogue in 2024, we agreed that this should be a flagship program for East African community and Eala in particular. We planted a seed, a commitment to bridge generations of women in leadership, strengthen mentorship, and ensure no woman is left behind as our region transforms. Today, we come together to nurture and grow that commitment. As such, the theme of the dialogue, Women Leading Digital Future Harnessing Technology, Innovation and Emerging Opportunities for Mentorship and Transformative Leadership in East Africa, is a deliberate choice. We didn't choose it because it is fashion or a buzzword, as we often hear. We chose it because digital economy is today the fastest moving frontier of inequality in East Africa, and we have learned from every previous economic transition in this region that women only lead the transition they help to design. The Custom Union and the Common Market Protocol, the future of these two pillars of integration will be built on payment systems, on platforms. The next decade will not only simply be a digital decade, it will be an intelligent decade. And we want women to be part and parcel of this process. Artificial intelligence, blockchain technologies, digital identity systems, advanced analytics, robotics, and emerging financial technologies are already reshaping how governments deliver services, how businesses trade across borders, and how citizens access opportunities. The countries that only consume them will depend on others for that future. East Africa therefore faces a strategic choice, whether to be creators of technology or merely users of technology. Women and girls might be at the center of that choice. The Eala Women Caucus has set this theme so that the women and young people of East Africa are at the table when those questions are asked and answered. We want to be at the table, and if we are not at the table, we shall be the menu, and we can't accept that. We are happy that our heads of state are committed to this. They are leading the way. Digital transformation is the future of East Africa. And as we learned a few days ago, it is going to help us have a single market, or fast track the single market to the benefit of our people. Leading the digital future means 4 things, and these things shape every working session of this dialogue. It means leading in the economy, traders, women entrepreneurs, women-led firms, moving from margins of trade finance to its mainstream. It means leading in institutions with women in our parliaments, our regulatory authorities, our courts, and our boardroom, shaping the rules of the digital game. It means leading in the skills pipeline with our daughters and our young sisters present in real numbers in the STEM lecture halls, in engineering firms, and AI laboratories of our region. And it means leading in protection with legal and policy community, keeping pace with the new violence and new exclusions that the digital economy has produced. These are not separate conversations. They are one conversation, and over the next 2 days, Eala Women Caucus invites you to have it with us fully, honestly, and as equals. The Eala Women Caucus have a strategic plan for 5 years, 2022-2027, which identifies technology and digital inclusion as a cross-cutting priority and appreciates that the region is experiencing rapid digital growth. Mobile connectivity is expanding, e-commerce and digital finance are transforming livelihoods, and technology-driven public services are shaping governance. Yet the gender digital divide persists. Women and girls remain underrepresented in STEM, the digital economy, and the policy spaces that govern our digital future. The strategic plan also appreciates that low internet penetration among women, limited digital skills, and rural-urban divide are not only technological challenges, they are issues of justice, and therefore closing this gap is critical to achieving a gender equal EAC integration. Allow me, honorable members and excellencies at the high table and all of you present, to remind you a bit about the caucus. Eala Women Caucus was formed some time back when this parliament was created, but it became more vibrant from the fourth Eala, that was 2017, up to today. We are trying our level best. And the purpose of this caucus is to enhance the integration of gender equality and the empowerment of women in the community programs, policies, projects, legislation. Our mission is to champion gender equality and the empowerment of women. And our vision is to have a prosperous and united EAC that is inclusive, that leaves no one behind. And that has been our mission. And as I said, we are working with our brothers in Eala to see that we can steer this cause. Ever since we have started this program, we've achieved a lot, and I don't want to go so much into that. But our program is built around the three pillars or the three functions of Eala: legislation, oversight, and representation. In the area of legislation, we've been able to adopt a number of resolutions and bills, including the anti-FGM bill, the EAC prohibition of female genital mutilation bill. And I want to thank Honorable Amongin and our Secretary General for reviving this bill. Then we also have the gender EAC anti-trafficking bill. This one will help us deal with the issue of trafficking, and the caucus is championing this, and I am also the mover of this bill. And we also have so many other bills and resolutions, but we are also doing a lot of good work in the area of oversight, especially investing OSBPs to see how cross-border women traders are seizing the opportunities of intra-EAC trade, but also the challenges that they face. We have programs like the peer-to-peer learning and sharing events, where we bring women across the region to learn from each other, to see how we can promote gender equality in our programs. But we also have platforms like the Intergenerational Dialogue and many things. And this time around, our main focus is on digital technology. Allow me, as I'm about to close, to recognize members who have partnered with us in organizing this initiative. And as I said, I want to recognize the EAC Secretariat. They've been with us from first day up to today. Thank you so much, Honorable Secretary General, for the support and your unwavering commitment. I would also like to recognize the Tengeru Institute for Community Development. They've also been with us all through. Then the GIZ, Women Lead South Africa. My sister Vino Pile, can you stand up for recognition? I want to inform you that with working with the Eala Women Caucus, we've started a virtual women's platform where women within East Africa and even beyond can share experiences, but senior women can help in nurturing the young generation across the region. And she has helped us to come up with an e-virtual book that contains inspiring stories of more than 30 women across within East Africa and beyond, so that it can be used as a book for mentoring the young generation in leadership. Thank you so much for being here with us. Then we also have, so there are many I don't want to forget, but I already talked about Willow International. They are also working with us to revive the EAC anti-trafficking bill. And for those I didn't recognize, just know that we respect you and we honor your contributions. In closing, allow me to really thank our team, our technical staff, Olivia, Diane, Maurice, Nicodemus. I don't want to forget anybody, but I just know that we honor you and we are proud of you. You've been the ground, the foot soldiers that have made this event work. I want also to recognize the former chairperson of Eala Women Caucus, Honorable Dr. Anne Ito, and the outgoing, the former team of Eala Women Caucus leaders. But as I close, I want also to recognize the executive members of Eala Women Caucus. Honorable Zipporah, you can stand up for recognition. She is a Eala member from Kenya, but she's also the vice chairperson of Eala Women Caucus. Honorable Jacqueline Amongin is our Secretary General, powerful, and also Eala member from Uganda. Honorable Rose used to be our great treasurer. Stand up for recognition because we need resources. And right now we have Honorable Kathy Zeimana from Burundi, who is now the new treasurer, and she was also with the former Eala Women Caucus. Then Honorable Dr. Gladness, stand up for recognition. She's a member of the executive committee from the United Republic of Tanzania, a very dynamic member of parliament, but also very passionate about gender equality. But for her, coming from academia, we have been using her for anything that requires analysis, research. So she's been really very helpful to our program. Then we have Honorable Ilhan from the Federal Republic of Somalia. So every chapter is represented. She's also passionate about gender equality. Then Honorable Stella, she's from the Democratic Republic of DRC. She's our deputy treasurer. But because of the challenging epidemic, they are following online, and we also recognize her. I hope I didn't forget anyone. Oh my God, how do I forget the smiling queen? Honorable Sadia, she's one of our young women members of parliament, and she's from from the Republic of South Sudan, very committed. So really, I want to appreciate you, and I want to appreciate everyone who has made this caucus work. As I close, the EAC treaty envisions a community where women are full and equal participants in socio-economic, political, and technological development. That vision guides our mandate. The Eala Women Caucus will not rest until it is a reality. As we deliberate, let us remember we carry the hopes of millions of East Africans, women in the markets and on farms, at borders and in boardrooms, young women in schools and online, who count on us to open doors and build bridges. The digital future is being built now. Let us ensure that EAC women are not merely spectators to this transformation, but leaders of it. Let us commit that technologies of tomorrow will reflect the talents, aspiration, and leadership of all our people. If the 21st century will be defined by technology, then let history record that East African women helped define technology that shaped the 21st century. Let us ensure women's hands are among those building it. With those many remarks, asanteni sana. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, merci beaucoup. I wouldn't love to repeat what Ambassador, the communication she has given, but I want us to remember one thing. She said we have to be at the table. And if we are not, we shall be the menu. Does that click? Yes, I think that was very important. And the other issue that I tried to pick was that we are here, but especially it's important for us to know that leading in the economy and in institutions and in building skills and in protection, especially legally, so that we are not excluded. I hope that also clicks. She has also taken us through the Eala Women's Caucus, the objectives, and why this particular theme for this second intergenerational dialogue, digital future. And I'm sure she has done a service to this presentation. Let us applaud Ambassador Fatuma, the chair. Asante sana, Honorable. Sasa, I am going to call our next speaker. Najua most of you wanted me to proceed in Kiswahili, lakini tutaongea Kiswahili lazima. Lakini sahi nataka to call Dr. Mwakatumbula Hilda, who is a GIZ component lead under the DEEP project. She's just not Hilda. She's a very professional lady. She's the head of digital economy team at the GIZ. But before that assignment, she supported different digital programs at the World Bank, and then at the ITU, International Telecommunication Union. She has also worked with UNECA, the United Nations Economic Community for Africa. She has contributed to a number of policies in Tanzania as senior member at RIPOA. Not only that, even contesting is not easy for a political office. She has contested to be a member of parliament as a youth then in 2010 election in the United Republic of Tanzania. Although she postponed her victory to the future. She has first telecommunication engineering degree from UDCM and a PhD from Nexda University in Tokyo, Japan, in ICT, economics, and policy. Allow me at this moment welcome none other than Dr. Hilda to give her address. Mupigie makofi. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Asante sana. Good morning.
Good morning.
Habari za asubuhi. Retired Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, Chairperson of the Council of Ministers. Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, Chairperson of the Council of Ministers, East African Community, and guest of honor. Honorable Ambassador Stephen Bundi, the Secretary General of East African Community. Honorable Joseph Ntakirutimana, Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly. Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Ndangiza, Chairperson of Eala Women Caucus, Honorable Member of Eala and National Parliaments, Professor Bakari George, Rector, Tengeru Institute of Community Development, Head of EAC organs and institutions, Permanent Secretaries, Excellencies, Member of Diplomatic Community, regional and international organizations, leaders of our partner institutions, civil societies, and private sector, distinguished young women leaders, ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. On behalf of the government of the Federal Republic of Germany and GIZ, I am honored to bring greetings to this second EAC Women Intergenerational Dialogue. German Development Cooperation has stood with East African communities since its reestablishment, almost 30 years now. And our partnership on gender and inclusion agenda has been deliberate part of that journey. We were proud to support the development of EAC gender policy launched here in Arusha some years back, and we have continued to work alongside this community in translating that policy in action. Today, GIZ is also very proud to support this dialogue convened by the East African Legislative Assembly and its Women Caucus. We do so because digital future of East Africa cannot be built without the full participation of women. Women should be at the center of the digital agenda in East Africa, so as men. Why this matters? Let me direct about why this matters. Technology is not an automatic equalizer. No, where we are, if we are not deliberate, it can deepen the very inequalities it promises to dissolve. The data on the gender and digital divides is sobering. Why? Because to date, globally, women globally are 19 less likely than men to use internet. This means we have at least 320 million fewer women online. And the case is even more sobering in sub-Saharan Africa, where women are 26% less likely to use mobile internet compared to men. And here is the warning at the heart of this dialogue. For much of the last decade, the majority of new internet users in Africa have been men. If we are not careful, every wave of technology, be it mobile, be it data, and now even the artificial intelligence, the risk is widening on the gender gap rather than closing it. In place, the divide has already begun to widen, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. Women are lagging behind, and the gap will not close on its own. This is why GIZ position is firm and simple. Our goal is not for digital transformation to exacerbate the digital divide, but the goal is to bridge it. Technology must narrow the gaps between women and men and not entrench it. That requires every policy, every law, every strategy that we support to be gender responsive by design, not as an aftermath, but from the first draft. A data law that ignores how women experience the digital world, or an AI strategy which is blind to bias, will quietly reproduce exclusion at scale. We are committed to ensuring that all the policies and framework that we support are very gender sensitive or gender responsive. As GIZ, we have been working, and we believe on the contribution of the Eala. And last year, we conducted a training on legislators on data governance. because we believe it's very important for our member of parliament to be aware on this digital development that are taking place, but also to understand how much or how far this can affect the policies and which policies do we need together as in our East African region to move forward. And building on that work, we are currently supporting the EAC Data Protection and Private Act, which is still at the very early stages. And building on that, we are also looking to support Eala members on different activities that you are currently partaking. So as Chair said, we are very open to support initiative that will be alongside the digital any other area. And we believe that you have a very successful deliberation out of this. And we believe this is the moment that we move from just having policies in place and we move to the implementation. We strongly believe the digital future of our community will not only be built by men, but will be built by both men and women from this community. And our role right now is to bridge that digital divide. We look forward to this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hilda. May we applaud her really? Because the digital future is not only going to be built by men alone, but together we will get there in a summary. So thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. And allow me to take this opportunity to introduce to you a great lady of East Africa. She is a professor. She's a doctor and a lecturer at the Tengeru Institute of Community Development. And the chair had already introduced the partnership we have with this institute. And we are very honored and proud to associate and to continue to engage with the students of this institute. So here we have Dr. Rose Kiwia, Director of Academics, Tengeru Institute of Community Development, going to address us. Over to you, Doctor. Tumupigie makofi. As she comes, I will gamble with my Kiswahili, right? All of us must learn Kiswahili because this is our language. Karibu tena.
Asante sana. We are told that all of us should learn Kiswahili. Habari ya asubuhi. Sawa sawa. The guest of honor, Honorable Joseph Ntakirutimana, Speaker of the East Africa Legislative Assembly, Honorable Ambassador Fatuman Ngiza, Chairperson of the Eala Women Caucus, the Secretary General of the East Africa Community, the Arusha Regional Commissioner, representative of GIZ and development partners, honorable members of the East Africa Legislative Assembly, distinguished guests, senior women leaders and young women delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, it is great honor and privilege to join you today at the opening of the second East Africa Community Women Intergenerational Dialogue under the theme, Women Leading the Digital Future, Harnessing Technology, Innovation, and Emerging Opportunities for Mentorship and Transformative Leadership in East Africa. On behalf of the Tengeru Institute of Community Development, I warmly welcome all delegates to Arusha and express our sincere appreciation to the East Africa Legislative Assembly, Women Caucus, the East Africa Community Secretariat, GIZ, and all partners who have collaborated to make this important event possible. I'm particularly proud to note that TICD, that is Tengeru Institute of Community Development, through its National Women Research and Documentation Center, has partnered with Eala, Women, Caucus, and other stakeholders in organizing this dialogue. This partnership reflects TICD's long-standing commitment to promoting gender equality, women leadership, research, policy advocacy, and community transformation within Tanzania and across the East Africa region. The National Women Research and Documentation Center was established to generate knowledge, strengthen capacity, and provide evidence-based solutions to challenges affecting women, families, and communities. Through research, training, documentation, advocacy, and leadership development initiatives, National Women Research and Documentation Center continue to contribute to national and regional efforts at empowering women and advancing inclusive development. Today's dialogue is both timely and also strategic. We are witnessing the unprecedented technological advancement that are transforming every aspect of our lives. And we can see digital technologies, artificial intelligence, innovation, and emerging communication platforms, and creating new opportunities for education, entrepreneurship, leadership, and regional integration. However, these opportunities can only be fully utilized if women and girls are equipped with the necessary skills, resources, networks, and protection to participate meaningful and safely in the digital space. The intergenerational nature of this dialogue is particularly important. It provides a valuable platform for experienced women, leaders to share knowledge, wisdom, and mentorship with younger generation, while also creating space for young women to contribute fresh ideas, innovations, and perspectives. This exchange is essential for building a sustainable pipeline of women leaders who can effectively shape the future of East Africa. As an institution committed to community development and social transformation, TICD believes that empowering women is not merely a matter of social justice. It is a prerequisite for sustainable development, economic growth, and regional prosperity. Now, when women lead, communities thrive, institutions become strong, and societies become more inclusive and resilient. I therefore encourage all participants to engage actively in the discussions, share experiences openly, and work collectively toward practical recommendations that will strengthen women digital leadership across East Africa community. I am confident that the outcome of this dialogue will contribute significantly to shaping policies, strengthening partnership, and creating opportunities that empower women and girls throughout our region. So with these few remarks, I thank all organizers, partners, facilitators, and participants for your commitment to this important cause, and wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much for your attention. And I think I should say this, in your busy schedule, I would please set aside some time to visit Tengeru Institute of Community Development to see what your partners are doing there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ross, for those wonderful remarks that you have made. But most important, she's emphasizing that in this era of the digital era, we cannot lag behind, especially when we are talking about the emerging tech or emerging technologies like the AI, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, among others. We have to move with the world. And that means getting skilled. And that's very important. Let us applaud her again. We recognize our audience online, and we are aware you're there. But I would like also to introduce someone online, but she will be able to present to us on a second day. That is an anti-apartheid activist who was elected to the South Africa's first democratic parliament in 1994 and served as a cabinet minister and on boards of listed companies in South Africa. She's online. We recognize you, and that is none other than Honorable Geraldine Fraser Moleketi. Please welcome her. And then amidst us, we have a representative of the Republic of Burundi working in the minister. That is Miss Tabu Emerensentine. Hopefully I will pronounce well, but you're welcome. If you're around, please stand up for recognition. Okay. Merci beaucoup. Bienvenue. Now, dear participants, I would like to take this opportune moment to welcome none other than a representative of the speaker, Honorable George Odongo, who has served in the various portfolios in the East African Legislative Assembly. But in Uganda, I remember those days I was a student in Makerere. They are the ones who used to mentor us. And I was among the people whom he specifically mentored because they formed the Uganda Youth Network. And I was an active student then. And it is for those reasons that I'm able even to continuously hold the mic. So wherever he is, I recognize his work that he did when I was young. And at this moment, I would like to welcome you, Honorable George Odongo, representing the Speaker of the East African Parliament. We call him he for she, because on issues of women's engagement, he's always there. So as he comes to address us, I also want to add my voice to the chairperson to recognize all the he's for she who are in this room. Please, all of you, before Odongo addresses us, can you all stand up for recognition? The he's only. If you're the he's and you're in this room, stand up. Tuwapige makofi hao watu. Asante. Asante sana. Karibu sana, Honorable Odongo. George.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Jacqueline Amongin. the Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, the first Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda and our Minister for East African Community Affairs, His Excellency Ambassador Stephen Mbundi, Secretary General of the East African Community, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Ndangiza, Chairperson of Eala Women's Caucus, the Honorable Ambassadors Anne Katusime, the Consul General of Uganda Consulate in Arusha, Ambassador Mohamed Ramadan Ruange, the Consul General of Kenya Consulate in Arusha, honorable members of the East African Legislative Assembly, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Now, before I read the speech of the Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to tell you a short story. There is a minister in Uganda. There was a minister in Uganda during the days of Idi Amin in the 70s. Idi Amin delegated him to represent him at a function. So when it was his time to speak, he told the audience that he had been delegated by the president, so effectively, they should refer to him as His Excellency. He has not returned home since then, and we are still looking for him. So you will excuse me, this is a caveat, that as soon as I'm done reading this speech of the Right Honorable, that you stop referring to me as Right Honorable, because I still want to participate in this women's dialogue. Now, a quick one before I can read his speech. It's a very short speech. There is a gentleman who wrote a book, The End of History. I think it's called Fukuyama, Francis Fukuyama. And at the time, he envisaged that after the collapse of the Berlin Wall, liberal democracy had taken over the world. There was nothing else. And that there is going to be boredom in the world. And most likely, human beings are going to be engaged in conflict because they are now bored. They say there was nothing else to discover because the world had reached its end. Little did he know that technology would reinvent the world, and that technology continues to co-create our experiences in the world. And today we are talking about digital transformation. So I'm very happy today to be here because I can feel the palpability of the power that exists in this room of women who have been very consequential in their communities and who continue to inspire a younger generation and the younger people behind there whose energies we have got to tap so that we can together create a wonderful community that all of us will enjoy. Let me read the speech of the speaker. Leaders of our partner institutions, civil society organizations, and the private sector, dear young women, young men who have traveled from across our partner states, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Arusha, the heart of the East African community. It is my distinguished honor on behalf of the East African Legislative Assembly to welcome you to the second ESC Women Intergenerational Dialogue. I commend the Eala Women's Caucus under the leadership of Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Ndangiza, together with the ESC Secretariat and all partners for convening this important platform that brings together women leaders, young people, policymakers, innovators, entrepreneurs, and development partners from across our region. This dialogue comes at a critical moment for the East African community as our community continues to grow wider and deeper. Digital technology, innovation, and artificial intelligence are transforming the way we live, the way we work, govern, and interact. These changes present enormous opportunities, but they also pose new challenges, particularly for women and young people. Our task is to ensure that the digital future of East Africa is inclusive, equitable, and responsive to the aspirations of all our citizens. As the legislative organ of the East African community, Eala is mandated by the treaty to legislate, represent the people of East Africa, and exercise oversight over the implementation of community policies and programs. The Assembly therefore has a central role in shaping the legal and policy frameworks that will govern the digital economy, protect citizens' rights in cyberspace, promote innovation and entrepreneurship, and address emerging challenges such as technology-facilitated gender-based violence. Through our legislative function, we are committed to supporting regional laws and policies that create opportunities for women and youth to participate meaningfully in the digital economy. Through our oversight role, we will continue to hold institutions accountable for implementing commitments on gender equality, youth empowerment, and digital inclusion. Through our representative function, we will ensure that the voices of women, youth, civil society, and the private sector are reflected in regional decision-making processes. I am particularly encouraged by the work of the Eala Women's Caucus, which has consistently championed gender-responsive legislation, women's leadership, economic empowerment, and the protection of women and girls. Equally important is the Eala Youth Caucus, which provides a platform for young leaders to contribute directly to the regional integration agenda. Together, these caucuses demonstrate our commitment as an assembly to ensuring that no generation and no gender is left behind. The theme of this dialogue, Women Leading the Digital Future, Harnessing Technology, Innovation, and Emerging Opportunities for Mentorship and Transformative Leadership in East Africa, is both timely and forward-looking. It challenges us to bridge the digital divide, promote STEM and innovation, create safe digital spaces, and strengthen intergenerational mentorship so that the next generation of women leaders can thrive. I am pleased that this dialogue will not merely be a forum for discussion. It is expected to produce practical outcomes, including recommendations for legislative action, stronger partnerships, a framework for mentorship, and the 2026-2028 EAC Women Leadership Roadmap. Eala stands ready to support the translation of these outcomes into concrete legislative and oversight actions within the community. The young women gathered here today, and I see many of you behind there, I encourage you to embrace innovation, pursue leadership opportunities, and actively participate in shaping the future of our region. Your ideas, talents, and aspirations are essential to the success of East African integration. The future of our community will be stronger when women and young people are not only beneficiaries of development, but leaders of transformation. As we deliberate over the next 2 days, let us commit ourselves to building an East Africa where technology empowers rather than excludes, where leadership is accessible to all, and where every woman and girl has the opportunity to realize her full potential. The post-independence Africa envisaged a very handsome Africa in the future. But today, the future looks very beautiful. The future looks very beautiful because this future is going to be crafted by women. They have shown it in many of the leadership positions that they have held. And we have also seen the leadership of women at family level. And you know how powerful family is as a basic unit. It's the one that molds who we are. So congratulations, women. Let's grasp the opportunity now. With those remarks, I wish you fruitful deliberations and a successful dialogue. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Joseph Ntakiri Tumana, the Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. Once the Right Honorable Speaker has delegated you, you enjoy the moments of being the Right Honorable Speaker at that time. So we'd like to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for ably delivering important remarks to the stakeholders participating in this second intergenerational dialogue. And would like to commend the office of the Right Honorable Speaker for working hand in hand with the Eala Women's Caucus, especially on bills that are relevant to gender equality. The bills already mentioned and those already in offing, we continue to rely on your office to ensure that these bills come to pass and get enacted into acts of the East African community. Let us applaud Honorable George Odongo. I know that the room is full. For those of you who have come late and you have no seat, please feel free to look in front and also upstairs. You'll be able to follow us. But our keynote speaker, I would like us to listen attentively, because after this session, after our chief guest has spoken, we'll have to pick some hands from the audience before we close this session. So before I invite the keynote speaker in your program, you will see we'll be keenly addressing issues of technology and the future of East Africa, opportunities, innovation, and inclusion. Allow me, dear participants, to introduce to you a senior diplomat and a government official with over 28 years of professional experience, an ambassador who has served as a PS in Tanzania, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation, where I was specifically responsible for East African Community Affairs. He played a key role in policy and administrative role in Tanzania foreign relations, particularly in matters related to regional integration and cooperation within the regional EAC bloc. Throughout his career, he has collaborated with different stakeholders to advance regional integration issues. You cannot talk about the East African community without talking about this particular person. He has engaged extensively with member states and stakeholders to address challenging issues within the region, especially in regards to addressing trade and movement of people and goods within the East African community. Dear participants, dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me introduce to you Ambassador Stephen Patrick Mbundi, the current Secretary General of the East African Community. Karibu sana.
Habarini za asubuhi. Isipokuwa kwa washiriki wawili, Mheshimiwa Mama Kadaga Shikamoo. Mama Kadaga. Sasa huku kuna wengine wanaitika. Anasi kama kuna Kadaga wengine. Maybe before I start, one, I want to thank the director of ceremony. At least when you ask us to rise up, we, he for she, you have made my my speech a bit easier. You released out of tension because of what Honorable Odongo have said. You know, sometimes back, I don't know why, the Tanzanian Women League, that is during time of Eala, had a Secretary General who was a man. Now he was also delegated to go and make a speech on behalf of chairperson who was a woman. Now, in some of the paragraphs, it was written, "We women of Tanzania." And the man read as it was. Now women were cheering for him. We thought that, yes, made a very important point. He repeated. So in my speech, if it happened that say we women, it means you women who are here, not me. So please take note of that. Right Honorable Rebecca Aritwala Kadaga, First Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Minister for East African Community Affairs, and the Chairperson of the EAC Council of Ministers. Honorable ministers present here, the representative of the Speaker, and for the interest of time, allow me to write on the protocol already established by Honorable Ambassador Ndagiza. It is a profound honor to stand before you this morning during the opening of the second ESC Women Intergenerational Dialogue. I do so with humility because this dialogue belongs to the women of West Africa. We all know that how precious the women are to all of us in all the different facets of life. Allow me to thank the Eala, and in particular, the Eala Women Caucus and the leadership of Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Ndagiza for convening us here in Arusha. I also thank the Right Honorable Speaker for his unwavering support of this agenda, as well as the United Republic of Tanzania for hosting this event. Honorable Chairperson, 2 years ago, the first EAC Women Intergenerational Dialogue produced 33 commitments and 10 recommendations. Those commitments were a promise that women of the East African community across all generations would no longer wait to be invited to the table, but would build a table themselves, bit by bit. The chairperson of the Eala Women Caucus informed me that as of March this year, 42% of those commitments are in active progress, while 58% are yet to be started. We are here this week to devise means of starting the unimplemented recommendation. That is what I referred as bit by bit. Honorable Chairperson, having been at the center of policy development for quite some time, I can state with conviction that gender equality, the empowerment of women, and the digital inclusion sit at the very heart of the treaty that binds us. Article 5.3e commits partner states to the mainstreaming of gender in all the endeavors of the community. Article 6d lists gender equality among our fundamental principles, while Article 121 and 122 set out in clear terms the role of women in the socio-economic development of the community and in business. These treaty articles are obligations that partner states accepted that when they signed and ratified the treaty, which have enabled the community to build a deliberate policy architect, including gender mainstreaming strategy for EAC organs and institutions, which was adopted in 2013, EAC gender policy, launched here in Arusha in September 2018, the 7th development strategy, which underscores the promotion of gender, women empowerment, and the socioeconomic development as a key priority area, and the EAC Vision 2050, which places gender squarely in social pillars and treats the full participation of women as a precondition for the prosperous, competitive, secure, and the politically united East Africa to which we all aspire. Honorable Chairperson, these frameworks ascertain one thing: gender mainstreaming in this community is not just a slogan. It is a fulfillment of policy commitment with named instruments, institutions, obligation, and accountability frameworks. One of the specific themes of this dialogue, women leading the digital future, the community is not starting from a blank page. The EAC e-commerce strategy adopted by the Sectoral Council on Trade, Investment, Finance and Industry on 12th July 2022 set out a 10-year program of work whose vision is the inclusive use of e-commerce with women, youth, and the rural population named as priority constituencies. Through the 50 million African Women Speak platform, an initiative the EAC implements jointly with the COMESA and the ECOWAS, with financing from the African Development Bank, our women entrepreneurs already have a regional digital instrument for information on financial services, businesses, business management, mentorship, and the market opportunities. In April this year, the EAC through East Africa Science and Technology Commission embarked on implementation of the AUDA NEPAD funded project known as Creating Opportunities for Youth and the Women. This is a joint initiative between EAC, COMESA, and ECOWAS, as well as SADC and ECAS, aimed at promoting women and youth in skills development, innovation, entrepreneurship, partnership, and most importantly, embracing the increasingly digitized economy. These initiatives actualize the aspiration of the East African Community Common Market Protocol and ensure that women and young people across borders contribute effectively to the intra-regional trade under the protection of the treaty and the simplified trade regime. On security side, the 13th joint meeting of Sectoral Council on Cooperation, Defense, Interstate Security, and Foreign Policy Coordination adopted the regional strategy for women, peace, and security. Taken together, this instrument recognizes that digital future for women is possible. Honorable Chairperson, we meet at an extraordinary moment in the East African community when the region is being redefined by many other factors, key of which is technology. For instance, mobile networks now reached into villages where electricity has not arrived. Artificial intelligence shaping how our children learn and how our farmers price their produce. The digital payments are quietly stitching our common market together in ways that no other policy action ever could. Unfortunately, only 24% of women in our region are using the internet compared to 35% of men. And the mobile network gender gap sits between 20 and 30%. The question this dialogue must answer, and answer clearly, is: will women of West Africa lead the digital transformation in the region? Or will they merely live with the consequences of choice made by others? Honorable Chairperson, EAC continues to advance all the pillars of regional integration, including taking substantial steps toward political federation. We are cognizant of the fact that the dream of common market will be realized if citizens of our EAC partner states we are cognizant of the fact that the dream of common market will be realized if citizens of EAC partner states cannot move, trade, and innovate freely. We are ready to receive and start the outcome and the recommendation of this dialogue for appropriate actions. Allow me, in that spirit, to share 3 hopes for these 2 days. The first one is that conversation between generations is a real one, grounded on the current challenges. There is a particular danger in dialogues of this kind that elders speak and the young listen politely. And the meeting ends without anything having actually been exchanged. This is not what I really want to happen in this room. I wish for mutual dialogue where our honorable members and the senior leaders listen as carefully to the young professionals, students, and the women and the girls represented here and online. And I want to encourage our young women to claim the podium and the microphone as equal architects of the outcome. And we, he for she, let us be listeners. My second hope is that we leave this dialogue with a work plan and a sharper tool, the one we brought. The outcome document must be specific, time-bound, and measurable, and drafted with the existing instrument of this community in view, so that every commitment we make this week sits inside a policy, a strategy, or a bill that already guides us. We can all attest to the critical role specific commitment play in transforming the lives of the women and the girls. The third one is that we honor the urgency of this moment. The Sustainable Development Goals are soon reaching their deadlines. And as partner states, we must ensure that the gender indicators are on track. We must therefore make sure that the decision we make this week reach the lives of women and the girls who cannot be in this room and who are counting on you. It is written on us, but it is on you. I will permit, if you permit me, one more personal note to the young women in this hall and to those joining us virtually from across all partner states. Allow me to remind you that you are here because of the East Africa we are building, and the East Africa we are building will not work without you. Speak, disagree with us when we need to be disagreed with. Build the thing we have not yet imagined, and they bring others with you when you do. Before I close, I wish to convey our appreciation to the various partners who have supported the convening of this dialogue. Most of them have been mentioned by Honorable Ambassador Fatuma. And we wish to say that as East African community, we are ready to continue working with them. One of my biggest tasks is to invite Right Honorable Rebecca Aritwala Kadaga. Maybe I need to say a bit. Mama Kadaga is a woman of distinguished services and exceptional leadership. As the first woman to serve as the Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, a respected advocate, and I can tell you, when most of the legal chambers were dominated by men in Uganda, she decided to establish one. So she's the first woman in Uganda, and if not in East Africa, to establish her own legal chamber. She's a stateswoman and a champion of good governance. Mama Kadaga has made an enduring contribution to democratic development, women's empowerment, and public service in Uganda and the East African region. As the chairperson of the EAC Council of Ministers, she's usually providing us with the vision, leadership, and a steadfast commitment to advancing the regional cooperation and integration. So for young girls gathered here, please take your time to learn from her. We need thousands of Honorable Kadagas. And by the way, she had a very good memoir.
Yes.
Find time to read it.
Yes.
Madam Mama Kadaga, I don't know whether it is already in bookshops. Yeah, in Kampala. So maybe we also need 5. We look like 5 or 10, some will put in our library.
Yes.
Because these are people whom we want to, the East African, to learn from them. Mheshimiwa Mama Kadaga, naomba nikukaribishe sasa uhutubie na kufungua rasmi kongamano hili. Karibu sana Mama Kadaga.
Papa Sengo. Yakara mukutu. Hivi.
Oh, sit down. Thank you very much, Ambassador Burundi, for your kind comments.
Your
Your Excellency Ambassador Patrick Bundi, Secretary General of the East Africa
Oh.
Community,
Representative
representative of the Speaker, and our beloved Ambassador Fatuma Ndagiza, chairperson of the Eala Caucus, Women's Caucus, members of the Eala, heads of its organs and institutions, Your Excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps. Let me, I think, stand on the existing protocol for purposes of time. It's a pleasure to be here. And I want to thank very much the Eala Women's Caucus. I remember when they were starting, it was really very shaky. And I think they were afraid things would not work, but I'm glad the caucus has grown and has become stronger. And it's a big voice for emancipation and empowerment. Today's theme is about women leading the digital future, harnessing technology, innovation, and emerging opportunities for mentorship and transformative leadership in East Africa. I just wanted to give a few areas which I think would be of interest to those who are engaging in this exercise. For instance, I wanted you to take an interest in the fintech technology. I understand the Kenyans are a bit ahead of everybody, but I think slightly ahead of everybody. So I think we should pick up a bit of a leaf from them. These ones will access to digital platforms that connect innovators with investors. There are also the regional and local industry-specific programs. For instance, Africa Women in Digital Health. This assists women to effectively deliver and expand their networks and pitch effectively. We also have the local Pan-African networks. For instance, Women in Technology and Innovation Africa. These are the forefront of driving mentorship access to women on the continent. They offer invaluable knowledge and have the exchange and professional leadership in technology. It is also the ICT Center Advocacy. That's Digital Cooperation Organization. This forum on promoting leadership programs, government funding, and access to digital platforms, foster female representation in ICT careers. And I'm saying this because I've been doing some quick research at one university in Nairobi, the Faculty of Education. In 2020, there were the following graduates: diploma in computer science, 24 boys, 26 boys, and 10 girls. 2021, 7 boys and 2 girls. 2022, no boy and no girl. Then the Bachelor of Science in Computer Studies, 2020, 52 boys and 11 girls. 2021, 43 boys and 16 girls. 2022, 50 boys and 9 girls. Then the icing on the cake, masters in computer studies. 2020, there were 4 boys, no girls. 2021, 1 boy, no girl. 2022, 1 boy, no girl. So we are talk about STEM. How far the girls going? Are they stopping at senior 4? Are they stopping at 11? So we must do something. We must address this divide. And I was hoping that our GIZ friend will offer scholarships along these lines, so that we don't just lament, but do something actively. Because time is not on our side. The men are not going to do it for us. They're moving. And if you're lagging behind, we are going to be left behind. So I hope that donor members will also seek opportunities, look for funding to support
girl child education, in the areas of computer science, and all the other IT related subjects. But also we need to look at the laws, the issue of cyber harassment, because many people will be chased off the internet. People want to work through the internet will be chased off by cyber harassment. So I think that's an area also you need to look at, because you can be advancing your issues and you go to backlash and then you withdraw. So I think all these are areas that we need to look at. So I really want to thank the Eala Women's Caucus for this dialogue. I do look forward to the outcome. As we have all committed, we shall be able to support you where you need our help and advance whatever policies that you'll come up with. I wish you well. Thank you very much. I open the dialogue.
Okay. Thank you so much, Right Honorable. Can we applaud on Right Honorable Kadaga? She's a very celebrated lady in Uganda. We all learned from her, and we are still learning. She's mentored us. Just to add on the comments that the Secretary General gave, when I went to Parliament at early 20s, I was in 20s, she personally took me up as her own. And I was with Honorable Kadogo. For the first time, she even made sure I represent Uganda in the Continental Parliament. And since then, she's been ensuring that young people, especially young women, participate effectively and sustainably, not only in the politics of Uganda, but in all spheres of development, and not only in Uganda, but in the continent, because she has served in the different boards of the international organizations, including being the first president of the IPU, Interparliamentary Union, representing Africa. Right Honorable Kadaga was the first speaker in Africa to champion SDGs engagements in Parliament. If you talk about Right Honorable Kadaga, apart from the professionalism, the biography is too long that you will spend a whole day in this room. But she's always precise, intentional, and up to the task. She's an action lady. That's what we call her, Mama Rebecca Kadaga. Please tumukubie makofi sana.
Tumukubie makofi.
Tumupigie. Okay. Please, those of you who come from Kenya and Tanzania, please forgive me. We are trying to get there. Tusimame tumukupigie makofi. Aha. Yes. Thank you so much, Right Honorable. And even in her remarks, you can already see that she was up to the task. She did her research.
Focusing on action.
And she has given us her research findings. And the findings give us a challenge, a gap, in terms of how do we get more young ladies to appreciate digital future and to improve the skills in that direction. I think the ball is in our hands. And of course, as she concluded, she was giving us areas where we are still lagging behind. Especially, we have legislators here. We cannot talk about digital future without addressing issues of cyber harassments, because most women even fear to get online. So it means we now have to look at laws in that direction. And she's our minister she's a chair of council, and definitely I am sure that whatever issues we shall be forwarding to them, she will take it very seriously. The FGM bill, when she was in the Parliament of Uganda, she was the first to fight to ensure that Uganda gets rid of that barbaric act. And before I came to this parliament, she was already working on having a regional act that could make FGM history, not only in Uganda, but in the East African region and the continent. Right, Honorable Speaker, the FGM bill is already, it has gone through first reading, and we are hopeful that it will soon get to the Council of Ministers. And when it gets to you, we are sure it will be a done deal. So with those few remarks, I would like to thank you so much for your continued engagement, both nationally and internationally. I am now going to, I would like to introduce amongst us our key partner in the Women Caucus, Madam Jane Nalunga, who is the coordinator of Seatini.
Yeah.
Please, if you are around, stand up for recognition. And definitely, I had promised you, being an audience, sometimes you also need to speak, right? So I'll be giving justice 4 hands, and you have to speak for 1 minute. And in that 1 minute, go direct to the point. Let's discuss what the SG presented, any other issue that you want to raise in regards to the theme of today. So I am going to give hands. I'm going to pick 4 first hands who should be gender balanced. Yes, I will pick the lady in white. Thank you. You stood out of the crowd.
Just bring one here.
The lady
3 women.
there. I'm looking for a gentleman. Okay, yes, I'll pick the gentleman behind. And lastly, okay, I'll give back to the lady there because I promised 4. So you're the first person. Let's start with the first lady. Mike, someone move the mic.
Yeah, brief.
Someone, Diane, can you come and move the mic?
Okay.
Let's be brief. Okay, switch on the mic. If it doesn't work, come and use mine.
Actually,
Yeah.
let them come and
Just come here, come this way. Just come this way. Let's use one mic.
all of them.
Yes, all of you who asked questions, madam, just come. Come.
Yeah.
Yes, just come. Honorable members, you have to be patient and just know we started late and we must accomplish this task.
Call the others.
So be patient. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good morning this afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm given 1 minute and I appreciate the invitation to be here today. The theme and everything that has been said has really touched me so much because I'm a female who has gone through the IT studies. I've been doing information technology from undergraduate until now I'm pursuing my PhD. But one thing that I wanted to comment is around the mentorship and leadership for women in technology. I've been there, I've gone through the process. I've had hard-ons on not moving forward because of the stigma around me, just seeing myself as a person who cannot do it because I'm simply a woman. When I started a job, I work as a lecturer. When I started my job, I was given the computer application courses just because I was a woman. although I was very good in programming and networking. And because just of that stigma around me, I saw that this is what I can do. And I stood there. But later in life, I came to realize that there's so much we can do. So it is important for us to mentor others. And it is important for us to make women continue staying in technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wonderful question. Next.
Right. Thank you so much. My name is Doris Male, and I'm from Tanzania. And Mama Mia Soko, a marketplace, and Mama Mia's Foundation, an NGO that supports digital and financial inclusion. On the theme, just to add on, something that we might have to consider before skills is the infrastructure. The infrastructure in terms of, it could be a classroom that is capable to handle ICT components. For instance, the PCs that are going to be used, they need a different infrastructure. There's something that we've implemented in Pemba and Mwanza. We are working with cell tower operators using their CSR budget to facilitate schools that has cell tower in their premises. We build computer labs that are used by the students and the community around, and we provide skills also. So this is something that we've encountered. Apart from providing the devices, the infrastructures are not in a conducive environment to keep these tools. So we have to consider this as part of the agenda to drive digital future for women. Thank you.
Okay, I think it's just take a note of that. Thank you very much. A question? We will continue with the engagement, so don't go into comments. Just ask a question.
Good day, everyone, distinguished people, and everyone here. I'm honored to be here, first of all, and I will just go straight to the question regarding to peace and security. I've heard someone mentioned peace and security, and I was one of those let's say successful candidate who was, I think I was interviewed here in Mwalimu Nyerere, peace and security research. I think Acadia University came to launch peace and security at that time. So I was one of the candidates for Master in International Peace and Security, but unfortunately I didn't go because of the parenting situation and the family issues, as well as I was also, they asked me to be a country coordinator here, but the question is, as you East Africa community leader, because I got that opportunity to ask the Secretary General, the former Secretary General Matuki, but I didn't have that opportunity to reach him. It was hard to come here and ask him if he can give me an opportunity to continue work with the Mwalimu Nyerere Institute. So how will you guys make Mwalimu Nyerere peace and security research alive so we can do our research? I'm a mother of 4. I lost opportunity to work with Americans. They gave me an opportunity to work with them. They even said I can go do online studies with them here while working with them. But I lost that an opportunity because of lack of access to come to talk to you guys here in East Africa community. Thank you. So please.
Okay, thank you so much. That's a bilateral now. Later with SG, and we can sort that out if it is sortable, right? Thank you very much. Last.
Right. Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Your Excellency. My name is Gabriel Achai from East Africa Law Society. I'm in the room with my 4 colleagues, and they are all ladies seated at the back there. You can stand. Tunsu Nadej, Brenna, Binlet. Yeah, all those powerful ladies are part of the team. Now, Right Honorable, you shared figures that were they really triggered our minds of the women who are enrolled in tech. And one thing stood out for me. The question is not the policies and what, but rather inclusion. So what is that one conversation? What is that one thing, that one foremost thing that we must do to ensure that we have inclusion. I know you asked our colleagues from GIZ to bring more scholarships, but what is that one conversation we ought to have right now to make that possible and have more women in this field? Thank you.
Maybe I can pass the mic there. Respond from there. Yes, so before they respond, we have Dr. Chipo and Mr. Charles Nyukuru from Plan International. They are our partners and they are in. Thank you very much.
I think the question which have been directed to me is very simple. I don't know how it was difficult for the young lady to meet with the SG, but since you're within this building, use that opportunity. I don't know, Florence, are you in? Yeah. I'm requesting you to go and meet her so that you can get an appointment to see how to deal with it. Exactly. Maybe for passing a mic to Right Honorable Makadaga, one, I wish to encourage young ladies to build their confidence. The biggest challenge with most of young ladies is lack of confidence. As of now, the community is offering a good number of scholarship, the science scholarship through University Council of West Africa. This again goes hand in hand with the request that whenever, I know all of you have this, the modern phones, how do we call it? Android or what? Smartphones. You have it. Now, instead of just being busy watching people like, how do you are calling them what? Content creators, which has nothing. Try to look for scholarship, especially with the Interuniversity Council of West Africa. We have one with the Korea, Chodong University. We have another one. There are like 4 of them. Keep on looking at that, because every now and then when the advert goes into air, we find that it's on young men who are applying for, even if we give some specific advantage to reduce the number of those who are applying. For most of them, when I was at the ministry, they will come to me. Ambassador, you're working with the AC. Can you help us to get this scholarship? Say, why are you coming to me? Just respond to what I've said. Send it there. What you need to make sure that you have responded correctly to all the questions, and they attach all the documents which are there, rather than start looking for who can support me on this. You have a good opportunity. It's you now to change your mindset. And believe in yourself. You'll get a lot of scholarship and you'll attain a lot in life. Asante.
Thank you very much. Now, I was a bit intrigued by the young lady who said she was discriminated against and forced into a course to do something which she did not want. It's very serious. If it's an institutional issue, I think it's quite serious, and we need to find out what really happened. But coming to the subject, what the lawyer asked me, if you were to go to a primary school today and ask a girl in P6, what is ICT? She will not know. So she knows about a teacher, knows about a doctor, maybe she knows about a lawyer, but ICT she doesn't know. So I think we need to popularize this subject from a young age. For me, I decided to be a lawyer when I was 12. I was 12 years old in primary school. So I think we need to start there, popularize ICT to the young people. But also at the other level, I think we need to audit the STEM girls. Where have they stopped? Because FAWE has been running these courses for some time with MasterCard Foundation. And there should be a big crop of young women in East Africa by now. But I think we should do an audit. Where do the girls go after senior 4, after senior 6? Where else do they go? Do they continue in the line or they fall off? I think that's where we need to do some work to ensure that we are driving them in the right direction. Popularize the subject. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I hope that most of our questions have been answered too. So let us applaud our team here, led by the minister, for giving this opening session a good environment. And before I announce of our next steps, I would like to introduce Madam Queen Mwanshinga Mlozi, if she's around. Oh, karibu sana. And she is also, amongst us, she's our mother because she produces one of us, the honorable member. So we are excited to introduce the mother of Honorable Gladness. She's here and she's an executive member of this caucus. The late Shogo. You're most welcome. Now, in terms of our next steps, we're going to do photo sessions. We wanted to do from outside. So we would like to do a photo moment. We would have done from out, but we are worried that we will delay and waste a lot of time. So by consensus, I think we should do from here. Is that okay? So I will call the team. Where is the other list? The high table first to stay there for a group photo. Where is that?
Why don't they just come stand?
So because we are many, so we'll take in turn. So we'll do the high table plus the women caucus, and then high table with all the Eala members, then high table with all the partners. Let's do that in 2 minutes. And we conclude our being here for this session. After that, we will break for 15 minutes and we come back for the health break of 15 minutes. Then we come for the next session. Is that fine? So I hope you have enjoyed this session. And if you have enjoyed, one picture for he or she. Okay, one picture, that's amended. The eyes have it. So if you have enjoyed this opening session, and I had earlier on promised you that you will enjoy indeed, please clap for all of us. As I call upon the camera persons to do the needful. Start with the high table. Do we need to come down, I think? They stand, and then we be down. Okay, so you can first stand. You stand next to each other. Yeah, and it's against protocol for them to be up and then people down. They have to be down and people go up. Yes, protocol-wise. So come and help me push this table aside. Hilda, come. Okay, next group will be Women's Caucus. Women's Caucus, if you're around, please come. I think now the women are behind. Yes. Will you cut? So if we can't fit down, we can also do up. Yeah. Yes, but they're okay. They're okay. Go ahead. Okay, so we balance now like this. But okay. Mine is yes. Okay. He for she, the he for she's. Please come. Now the women get out. Yeah, please, he for she's come. The he for she come. So he for she, oh yeah. Please smile. Yes. Okay. Photo is with all the partners. Please come in. The young people first from Tengeru Institute. The youth. The he for she's, please go and take your seats. We want the students. Please come. Be fast. It's okay. The students. Others can come this side. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Okay, the last group photo. The students may go down. Last group photo with partners. Please, all of you come. Come, directors. Yes, please join. I cannot name every organization right now, but just know you're all welcome for this photo session. If you're finished, please leave others the space. Please, we have an exhibition, so if you're going out, you're free to pass through the exhibition stall. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Let's have a break briefly and then get back in 15 minutes. I can also see
So we have 41 years to complete the construction, to use 1.1 billion. So now what you say, no, but these people know. Is this December?
Boris, how are you?
Yes, right. Yeah.
So now you are doing another. How is it working? How you can see you?
So we're supposed to say that people come back and that's there's no one very
Hello, please, we need to get started. Let's settle down for our next session. Honorable members, dear delegates, please come inside. In 1 minute, we will be started. And please occupy the front seats so that you're very comfortable. Feel free to come to the front seats that are empty so that it's easier for us to proceed. So those outside, you're free to come with your tea. Kindly come with your tea and we start our next session. Thank you.
Let me show what we have done. Yeah. Let me see. The other one is opening yeah, that one. This one, they're just coming.
Okay, so we are ready to start. I would like to introduce Honorable Gideon Gaptan. Gaptan. I'm making it worse. Eh? He's my chair of a committee, but I've never pronounced that name. So I don't want to make more mistakes. Honorable Gideon is going to be our moderator for this session and is the chair of the Agriculture Committee in the East African Legislative Assembly. Very steady gentleman. I am sure you're going to enjoy this session with him. So over to you, Honorable Gideon. You already have your panelists and the people who are supposed to be part of this session. Thank you. Yeah, bring this. Yeah, the mic.
Thank you, my sister, for butchering my name. It will resurrect. It will resurrect. Yeah. Okay. I think it is fine. We put it here. Okay, let me help you. Thank you, our super lady MP, Honorable Jacqueline Amongin. We have a session with panelists. I have not yet seen one of my panelists. I think he's on the way. Willow from Willow, Monica. As I call the rest, he shall wait for her. So we are to the first panel discussion. Our topic is technology facilitated gender-based violence. Is capped as the silent barrier to women's digital leadership. So that is our topic of today. We are conceptualizing it, taking technology as a tool to accelerate and promote gender-based violence. That is the concept that we are talking about. So I have the pleasure and honor to invite 4 distinguished ladies of valor. These are Mrs. Shamim Ibrahim. Shamim Ibrahim is the Executive Director of Psyche Solutions, based in Kenya. Karibu. Secondly, I am honored to invite Dr. Sarah Mari, the head of Internationalization Office at the Tengeru Institute of Community Development. Welcome. Thirdly, I would like to invite where is she now? Miss Monica Chamazima. Ms. Monica Shamazima. Ms. Monica Shamazima is the Executive Director of Willow International. She's joining. She just texted that she was having a word with the first Deputy Prime Minister. I think she said she's coming. Yeah, she's coming. So as we wait for Ms. Monica Shamazima, let me invite also one of our own Honorable Member of Parliament, Honorable Ilham Ali Gasser, member of the East African Legislative Assembly. Take your seat. Yes, in that far end, in the middle there. So as because by order of calling the distinguished ladies, honorable ladies, she will find us. So distinguished participants, all the protocol observed, we have recognized you in all your capacities and titles, and we invite you to join us. This is going to be one of the best panel discussion, I know. Before we start with our panel discussion, yes, we have now Ms. Monica Shamazima from the Executive Director of Willow International. Welcome, this is your seat, yeah. So we are going to approach this topic, that is the technology facilitated gender-based violence, the silent barrier to women's digital leadership. We approach it in terms of, we'll have to know the concept, this one here, this big animal, the tool to accelerate and promote gender-based violence. So one of the ladies, or even all of them, when you are answering, make sure it comes out by definition, so that we will understand it. And then the current status, the affairs of this one, and then the challenges, and then what do we need to do, and what is being done, and then that is it. And what we need to do, you put it to become practical. So now let me start with Ms. Shamim Ibrahim. Ms. Shamim Ibrahim, the Executive Director of Psyche. She's on this side. Yes, you have your first question. Each of you will have a brief 2 questions to deal with. Your first question is, we have this technology facilitated gender-based violence. Can you define it for us? And can you tell us whether it is prevalent in our region? Is it prevalent? So you define it for us and tell us whether it is there in the region.
I think we have a mic. All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Gideon. And it is an honor to be here. So when it comes to technology facilitated gender-based violence, yes, I think I can confidently say we do have it here. and the fact that it is technology that is being used to facilitate gender-based violence, knowing very well that our community is literally based on the technology. It forms the structures of our community as technology. So I don't know if we had members yesterday at the 4D4 conference where they're speaking still of technology. And you could see that the biggest or the most mindful harm that we were expecting was trust when it comes to technology. And we have to ask ourselves, why do we have this? Because we've only been able to consume technology from a very negative point. It's being used now for intimidation instead of the interventions that we do want, right? Practical examples that we can give in terms of TF-GBV, we've observed some, I wouldn't want to specifically mention names, but at one point or the other, there was information, protected information of some members of parliament from member states that was put out there in terms of just ridiculing and mocking them. We've currently seen content creators as well in different states mimicking or at least making mock of leadership in member states. It's very visible. In fact, we do say that almost all of us, I want to say, have experienced some form of TF-GBV in one way or the other. And when you are in spaces of leadership, your opinion also gets you attacked just for that. And then just to add maybe a little bit, we are now moving to the economic version of it because you have different versions. And when you're looking at the economic versions, our delegate from GIZ did tell us you have, was it 26% of gaps when it comes to the mobile access. But then when you're thinking about it, you see majority of the women that are also getting access to mobile are also having that registered under their husband's name. So in the end, what you're having is, again, another form of coercive harm still falling under TF-GBV. So I would want to say that, yes, it's prevalent. It takes a lot of different forms, but it's quite scary because in the end, the effects of that is silent, which is exactly the theme of what we're discussing. Women will have to keep quiet because when you do have an opinion, when you do speak, there'll be some sort of intimidation that comes to you, not only in your office, but right where you're sitting, using the digital tool that you do have. And all of us have mobiles, I believe, right? Yes? Please say yes. Yeah. Yes, because then it would mean that we are victims, potential victims to the silent barrier. So TF-GBV is literally the real equivalent of what it means when it say silent barriers to leadership. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your submission and very practical examples. That's what is really needed. Now we come to Dr. Sarah Mari. Please help us also explicate the same topic and add your voice in two ways. One, now that it exists, it is in prevalence in our region. What actions, what initiatives are being taken to address this vice? And is there data? Where do we refer to? Yes, if it is existing and there are efforts or initiatives, what indicates this? Is there data where we can refer to? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. In reference to the TF-GBV, as my previous colleague has elaborated in terms of its contents and the meaning behind it, when we talk about the data, is the data available? To some extent, it is not available as it is expected. because there is a problem, and this problem is affecting a lot of us. Now that, as she have said, we are all having gadgets, and in one way or another, we experience these cyberbullying, for instance, online harassment and abuse. We experience the, doxing, impersonation. So all these are things that we experience, but they are silently and they're undocumented. That's so unfortunate about the situation. But when we talk about what has been done so far, for instance, here in Tanzania, we have the Tanzania Communication Regulatory Authority. It's responsible for all the ongoing media, and it is also regulating what is being spoken. So, for instance, in last year, there were some who were taken into custody because of misuse of the social media. So this one is also there. So when we talk about the data, for instance, for the national survey and the government data, what we would expect, for instance, is for us to have the violence against women surveys, and this one are not there. For instance, the cybercrime reports, the reports are there, but they are in research, I would say qualitative, but not quantitative in terms of data. So that one is also a problem to us. And when we talk about the research, universities or higher learning institutions conduct research in various levels. For instance, when you talk about the research in terms of use of mass media and how TFGBV is being used. So we see that it is the people who are using it are not fully expressing what they face or what they encounter. So it is important for us to explain these causes and for us to come with tangible data so as to help us in making decisions. So the problem also with the research that has been done of where we expect to get the data, the research is being done mostly in small scale. And in many cases, it focuses on only small groups, which lacks representativeness of the EAC women. So what we see here is that an in-depth analysis and research is supposed to be done so that to expand the access, to expand the generalization of this problem across borders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah. Thank you very much. Now we have captured very good things in terms of practically defining it without constructing one sentence about it, but they practically define it, but identified some key examples that is happening regarding things like online sharing of confidential information, threatening, intimidation, blackmail, all these kind of things. They have mentioned them, online harassment, coordinated attacks, and so many others which are an impersonation. Which are really so damaging just to destroy someone's reputation, considering the other gender to be vulnerable to that, and use it as a blackmail to jeopardize their progress in leadership, coercion, controlled, and all these kind of things. So they have mentioned those. Now let us go to Ms. Monica Shamazima. Ms. Monica, you have heard about the challenges that she has expressed, and you have known that this thing is existing. And now we are going to ask you to focus on the current affairs, the status of this tool that is being used to promote and accelerate gender-based violence, which is the technology facilitated gender-based violence. Are there existing laws, policies, or regulation mechanisms or strategies to address this in our region? Karibu.
Is it on? Yeah. Thank you very much, moderator. I'll begin by emphasizing that gender-based violence or tech-founded based violence doesn't respect borders. So you can find a woman in Uganda or a young girl in Uganda being harassed or harmed by a person in another country, let's say Kenya, and they do not have any recourse in either jurisdiction. And that is the same impunity that we are facing in the anti-trafficking space. We find perpetrators scattered across the region, and yet victims have no avenues for remedy. We do have some national jurisdiction, national level legislation. In Uganda, we have the Computer Misuse Act. In Kenya, it's also the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, and that is a comprehensive, it's a comprehensive legislation on how to handle cybercrime, part of which can include tech-based GBV. But Uganda's legislation doesn't necessarily create offenses around TFGB. Tanzania, Rwanda do have some cybercrime provisions, but none of them actually covers tech-founded GBV. So the protection is minimal, and in jurisdictions like South Sudan, Somalia, and DRC, there is no existing digital safety framework. At continental level, we do have the Malago Convention, but that has only been ratified by 16 states, and only Rwanda in the East Africa region has ratified it. Therefore, it is essentially non-operational in the region. What we need in order to properly address the issues of TFGB would be a regional legal framework that can then trickle into national legislation and support ladies, women, and children who are being harassed online. She has talked about several aspects of harassment, like doxing. There are also deep fakes, and a lot of harm actually happens online. But apart from the legislation, one of the issues that we need to deal with is how our communities perceive tech-based harm. Many times people, because you cannot see the physical harm being occasioned, then we believe that nothing bad has happened, or whatever has happened can easily be overcome by the victims. And actually, we tend to expect the victims to get over it and move on because it's just online, it's in your head. As a person who works with survivors of human trafficking, we recognize how much trauma can affect all aspects of a person's life. And we need to really, support victims in that manner. We are, I think, as part of this conference, we are thinking that a regional legal framework that will give birth to policies and procedures that can protect victims of GBV online is in order. But the bigger issue would be how would that legislation, how would that framework be implemented at a practical level? How do we get our communities to recognize that some of the things they're doing online, the trolling, is harmful behavior and should actually be criminal? When we look at prosecuting perpetrators of offenses like this, how will our legal systems deal with evidence that is tech-based? How will we interpret comments or what is it called? The issue of trolling, trolling a person online, and the effect of that on a person's mental health, on their physical health, because sometimes it actually does trickle into their physical lives in terms of making people have suicidal ideations, in making them depressed and unable to care for themselves or for those who need their care. So apart from the legislation, we do have a big gap in terms of legislation, but as communities, we have a role to play to ensure that actually this behavior can be identified for what it is before we even go into criminalizing the behavior. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. I told you about this distinguished panel that it is going to give us some good lunch before the other lunch. He has helped demystify the big animal, but in particular, she has mentioned existing laws, those though there are gaps. I think South Sudan has a cybercrime law. I don't know what is inside yet. Yeah, but all these gaps, they may be cross-cutting in the region. So she has proposed a regional law that Honorable Hilam, when I give her the mic, will tell us how that law should look like. And then she also focused on the community, let's say, awareness and actions that need to be taken to ensure that the people living in our communities are not exploited by those who have access to technology. Okay, now it's time to come to our honorable member, our representative at the regional parliament. Now that there's a proposal for law, we want to let her take us through. This is Eala, and Eala has a legislative pathway. So in this way, we want her to give us a brief step-by-step how the regional law process or lawmaking is done, because now she has proposed the law. How do we go about that law? And for you to take it into context, tell us how this law is being done, and then what are the parameters that we are expecting in terms of that law, you see. So now, because we know you are very intelligent, well committed, grabs everything already. These are questions that should be asked to somebody that has stayed for 9 years. But now, because we know you, we are going to benefit. Thank you. Welcome, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Gideon. Before I start, I just wanted to put a disclaimer, which is I would have loved to have had the opportunity to research member states' policies and their parliamentary procedures to find out what really exists in terms of law. Before I go in, for my limited knowledge of what I believe is cross-cutting, and to the short time that I've had in terms of looking at other member states' policies, I just wanted to put out there first, we need to understand what is TF gender-based violence. So is technology-facilitated gender-based violence. And as East Africa accelerates its digital transformation, we must recognize the fundamental truth of digital inclusion. It's not only about access, but it's about safety, trust, and dignity online. Across the EAC, we are invested in connectivity, innovation, and digital economies. Yet many women and girls continue to face barriers ranging from limited electricity, internet access, and low digital literacy and affordability. So how do we go and put together policies that not only will inform, but also will elevate the positions of all women and girls, including men? And I think digital trolling exists across board. Online harassment is not limited to just bullying online, but it also affects the human dignity of the individual. So as technology, gender-based violence is a regional challenge, it requires a regional response. An online attack originating from partner states and victims everywhere in the East African community goes across the globe within seconds, which makes TFGB not only a human rights issue, but also a governance, security, and development and a regional integration issue. So useful reference for us to look into, it will be the European Union Directive on Combating Violence Against Women, which established common standards across all member states addressing cyber stalking, online harassment, non-consensual sharing of intimate images, and other forms of digital abuse. So digital abuse is not only conducted by online individuals, but also sometimes families and trusted members who then abuse the trust that's been given to them in terms of sharing of images. So from a Eala perspective, I think the key lessons for East Africa in all countries is not the identical laws of what already exists, but to have a common minimum standards of protection, accountability, and cooperation across. So we were to propose an Eala legislative legal framework for all our member states. It should be an evidence-based policy, conduct a regional assessment across all 8 partner states, generate reliable data on scale and trends and impact of TFGBV, consult women, youth, and civil society, technology companies, regulators, and law enforcement. The whole initiation is to harmonize all the laws and all the legislative criteria that protect all of us. Is to establish a common regional definition of what is technology facilitated GBV, align national legal frameworks while respecting the national sovereignty of each member state, close legislative gaps that allow perpetrators to exploit the borders. A regional legislation is criminalizing cyber stalking, online harassment, doxing, deepfake abuse, and non-consensual sharing of images. I think from a Eala perspective in the EAC, it should be a common establishment to establish victims protection and support mechanism. I think within the laws that we develop, we should require timely reporting and removal of harmful content across. So to go beyond the borders, if a crime is committed and uploaded from Uganda, and as an authority in Somalia should be able to remove those contents online. Promote digital literacy, it's paramount. And I think regional cooperation and accountability is to strengthen the cross-border investigation and evidence sharing, facilitate cooperation among police, prosecutors, courts, regulators, and ICT authorities. And why I think this matters is across Burundi, DRC, Kenya, Rwanda, Somalia, South Sudan, Tanzania, women and girls are increasingly participating in the digital economy, leadership, education, and transformation public life. When a woman feels unsafe online, the democratic participation declines. Economic opportunities are reduced, innovation suffers, and then equality goals are undermined. So the key message I have is just as other regional blocs have recognized digital violence demands a collective response, East African community has an opportunity to not merely to follow, but to lead that whole agenda. Our ambition and most extended beyond punishment of offenders, we must build digital East Africa where every woman, girl, and boys lead innovative trade and participants in public life with confidence, dignity, and safety. As the Eala, we both have the mandate and the responsibility to champion harmonized regional frameworks and protect our citizens while advancing regional integration, digital transformation, and inclusive development. So the question before us is not whether action is needed and the evidence is clear. The question we are here to protest, are we able to be bold enough and collective enough to set standards that will safeguard the rights and opportunities, aspiration of the next generation of East African women and girls? This future of East Africa must be digital, but it must also be safe, inclusive, and equitable to lead the way forward. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now you are my own witness because I said that before. Now you have done it well. She has taken us through what we need to do in terms of making a law, a regional law. She has taken us in terms of parameters about the jurisdiction, the sources of the law, and then the existing treaty that we have, and also the scope and the subject matter of that law that we need to develop. And that is a good submission. She also talked of common regional definition, that we should frame a common regional definition, because if we don't define it together, then the rest will not get it. And when you are dealing with something that you don't know the definition, and then you actually don't know what to do. So I think that is very important. And then she talked of our need for our collective response and also need to take bold actions. Now, the other question, I will leave it for you to be a takeaway question, whatever parting shot. But now I want to open the ground for questions. Before I do that, I need to underscore that I was supposed to introduce you by using your bios, but I was instructed by my boss, Nataba, that time is not with us. So I decided to introduce you instead, and I left those ones. So I apologize for that. But now we are open for 4 questions. Is it 4 questions? 4 questions, and then another one online. That's number 5. You will give me the one online. Now 4 questions. 3, they are a total of 5. We will give our distinguished ladies 3.5 of that. And then we will give our men 1.5. So I see what to do. That is in terms of probability, you may the men the he for she's may get 1 or 2. So now yes, my sister, the chance is for you. Then you tell us.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, all. My name is Phoebe from Kenya. I believe Africa digital future must protect children, the marginalized, the disabled, community, and environment. Please, number 1 speaker, explain to me how TFGBV victims can receive meaningful counseling and therapy after going the ordeal, and how they can be checked on their well-being after being brought back to the community. Thank you.
What a beautiful question. I hope he has recorded it. Thank you. Now, the second chance, Honorable Faisal. Somebody to help me take the mic. Oh, you use that one. You have let him come in front bench. Yeah. I can give you. Yeah. Yeah.
No, thank you very much. I think this panel consisting of practitioners, academicians, and lawmakers is very interesting. What Honorable Ilhan said just rang a bell in me, in the sense that we need to define the framework that we need to use. So I was wondering if Honorable Ilhan would think that we would need a team of technical lawyers, peace officers. How do you see the people who will draft that? Because it will not only be Eala, it would be others. So if you want to comment on that later on, I would appreciate. Thank you. Yeah, here.
Okay. Thank you. I hope he has written your question. Now we can use that mic to move around. Honorable Caroline. Honorable Caroline. Okay. Honorable Caroline Kayonga.
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, moderator, and thank you to the panelists. It's been a very short time, but you've taken us through the problem. This problem we didn't even know. We know it exists, but we didn't know the name. The name, when you started to speak, you assumed we all knew TFGB, and we were trying to understand what technology facilitated, what it was, and we kind of deduced what it was before Honorable Eala defined it properly for us. Thank you, but thank you even from your description, it's something that is a big problem. My question is, and what you're proposing is good for us as East Africa to come up with something. But I wanted to ask, is there any best practice in the world today? Is there any place that you can say that they have managed the problem of TFGBV, so that you share how they have done it and practical ways? Because legislation may take a long time. Hopefully it won't, but it takes long. But what practical things can be done in the meantime to control this? If you can suggest what can be done, and
What practical steps he has talked about the best practices worldwide, and then what are the practical steps? You know, for us, we want to move away from theories and texts a lot. We need to go for actions. So that is a very valid question, Honorable. Now, 3 questions have been asked. Yes, our lady from this side.
Thank you so much. And the panelists are truly amazing. I congratulate them for the great work that they do. My question can go to any of them, and it is on, do you have an awareness program that touches on the women nervous systems in terms of, with regards to the theme of this session, the silent barrier to women's digital leadership? As we go on, it is not possible for women to avoid technology at all. It's actually encouraged. But we also know that there's a silent sort of trauma that women go through at different ages and at different stages. As young girls, we absorb whatever is going on at home, and you think you are the source of the problem. I don't know why we do that, but whatever is happening in the household, you feel like you contribute a part to it. You absorb those problems even though they are not yours, and you develop child trauma that affects you in the adulthood. But at the same time, when they're going through menses, the period where they're maturing, it's a different catastrophe. And going through premenopause, it's a different thing. You find that there could be an age where a girl would not even want to speak to anyone. How do you encourage them to speak? Do you have programs that are targeting women at different stages in different environments that are digital and encouraging them to use the technology? For instance, you get at 40 and you don't feel ashamed to speak yourself, to speak out. It's like you found your voice and you don't know how to articulate the information that you have, and you start posting weird things online. Do you have programs that target that kind of changes? Because as a woman myself, I'm not the same as I grow older. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, those are 4 questions already. If you don't mind, my sister, before the boss cleared us, let me invite somebody online. I don't know whether you can hear me using the mic that I have, but here we want to invite Dr. Demiana Arun, Senior Researcher, ARC Egypt. His work focuses on the legislative frameworks governing digital safety and combating technological facilitated gender-based violence. Very good. He's eager to share with us, but he's online. So, Dr. Arun, you are welcome if you can hear us.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm Dr. Demiana Haroun, Senior Researcher at Agriculture Research Center in Egypt. I have a question. While we discuss awareness as a primary solution for TV gaps, we can, legislative enforcement remains fragmented across the ELC. My question is, why are we still
okay.
Are you hearing me?
As you sort it out, can we continue? You sort it out until we have a voice that can be heard, and then we can continue with submission so that we really manage our time. So, Ms. Shamim, that is your chance to answer that question.
Hello. Hello.
Do I proceed? Oh, okay.
That you hear
What was the name? Oh, thank you very much, Phoebe, for the question. So I just want to first put this into perspective before even I answer it. I can walk right now into a police station and report a phone stolen, and I'll have an extra phone with me, and they'll take my case, right? And I'll walk in the same station, report a case of TFGBV, and the police itself won't have an idea of what to do with me. You understand? So in a space where ready reporting is not something that can bring about change because we don't understand that question, bringing about now survivors into their well-being, we need to start counting. We need to start making these reports, whether it's informally, formally, we need to create mechanisms to at least enable that. Then once we move from that, as we're thinking of this model of framework that we want to create, can it have also a survivor's impact part of that? Look at the mental health of it, look at the well-being of it, put these two together in terms of how we are managing that model or how we are creating that framework in terms of the legislation. And then we get to the point where we can say we can protect and anonymize also the reporters, because there is the case where if I report, something then gets worse. If I speak, something gets worse in terms of the TGBV escalation, right? And then I'll probably just touch base on some of the best practices that I personally am aware of. The UK, for example, the Act, you're able to, not only is it about the pornographic material that is put out, but they also do have cases for people who create it. And right now with the AI crisis, creation is becoming the biggest problem. So if you do, if you do create it, then you are also liable to some penalties, yeah? EU has moderation for it, where you can take down materials if you report. So right now, if someone uses something that is not me or a reflection of myself and it's out there, I can actually report, and within 24 hours, it's put down. I don't think we have that. So moderation is very key. But the gap with that is also the language. We need to think about that when we are creating, let's say, our own models, the language that are able to basically to moderate this. Because if I'm speaking in, say, Kikuyu, and I'm smiling at a camera, I can say whatever to anybody, and it's part of the escalation. And then finally, just a local example is Zimbabwe, where they do put it in their national survey. So maybe it's something that we can copy and paste as the EAC in our countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a brilliant answer. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank
Yes,
you,
Dr. Sarah.
Thank you, moderator. To add on to that, I will also respond to the question of, is there any best practice in the world? Kindly allow me to say that the only best practice that can happen to solve this problem, it begins with the whole society. It begins from the family level. It begins from the schools, the government, and the technology companies of which they produce these gadgets, of which we are using them right now. So what I would say is that right from the family level, it's very important to address these issues to our children so that they get to know the consequences of using them, the benefits and the consequences of using them. And also, in response to those victims, for instance, at where we are, we have a gender desk of which a student would come, and because some of the students cannot handle the negative consequences of these TFGBV. So through the gender desks that we have, and I happen to be among that panel, we listen and we help in, especially with the psychologists. We have the psychologists to help them come through from the torment or from the negative aspect of that. So this one, it helps a lot in helping the victims, and also addressing how they should use these gadgets appropriately, and also the laws are there so that they can know the consequences of them. If they misuse the use of these tools, it is very important for them to know they will be held reliable. So I would say that it's very important for us to begin right from the family level going upward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. We clap for her. Okay, Ms. Monica, you may have what you have written to help answering the questions, but also when you are answering, please consider the question on the awareness program. That was a cross-cutting question. I think that is to touch on the community aspect, and you talked about the community issues before. And Honorable Hilam, when you are talking, when you are answering, you had a specific question, but you have the liberty to add anything that is making our contribution great. Thank you. Your chance, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I would also like to add to the benchmarking question. UN Women actually does have a model framework for legislation that was published in 2025. So we wouldn't necessarily need to start our legislation from zero. We can build on what is already there and then make it relevant to our context and the region. In terms of programming targeted to support victims dealing with trauma, I believe many CSOs, many civil society organizations will have some sort of programming that can support victims of trauma. The challenge is they may not be able to reach everybody. As you've said, it is a silent battle. Many times women deal with problems without ever speaking about them, even things as difficult as rape or sexual violence. You find people carrying that burden alone. So it falls back to, as the doctor said, family. It falls back to the society framework that we have built around ourselves, how we engage, how we raise our children, what kind of messages we get from our places of worship, what our local leaders are able to educate communities on. Those can be mechanisms to support someone coming out of that trauma, even though they do not necessarily declare themselves a victim of that trauma. I think that is the biggest problem, the fact that people suffer silently. And so there need to be mechanisms in place that can support them without exposing them, so that they get the help that they need. In terms of, I beg your pardon. In terms of programming, yes, very many GBV organizations under different frameworks do have support programs. We also recognize that those usually are project-based. So if you have, for example, a fund from GIZ to address an issue, it runs out after a certain point, or the scope of the organization changes. So that may not necessarily, it is a solution, but it may not necessarily be a lasting or a sustainable solution. We need to build within our communities frameworks that can support. We have platforms like in Uganda, we have Mothers Union, and I think that is all over East Africa, the Christian Women Fellowship. Those are avenues where you can have peer-to-peer support for victims who may not have access to that kind of programming. I have a 14-year-old daughter, and she would probably murder me for saying this, but we also as parents need to think about how soon we expose our children to technology. Jurisdictions like Australia and the UK have begun thinking about limiting the age children can access technology on their own unsupervised. That may be something we can think about. Please, nobody quote me. But I think it is something that we need to think about as a region on how we expose our children. They are getting devices at a point where they are still in their formative years, and they do not have the capacity to manage the violence that can come online. And so they are raised with fear, they are raised with trauma that they do not know how to process. So that is a real concern that we need to deal with, and perhaps that could also be a solution to the problem that we are facing with this generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clap for her, please. Yeah. Thank you very much. Honorable, please, this is your chance. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to react and echo the last point that you've made. Children's safety is paramount. And I think many Western countries are starting to realize this whole digital inclusion and digital access for children had come at a cost. I grew up in the UK. I can attest to all kids being exposed to digital or even digital access at a very young age have led to multiple kids going through either mental health issues to the extent of committing suicide. So I think when we are developing these laws and we're coming onto the stage of digitalization in Africa is we have to put children's safety number one. And I think digital literature starts not only at homes, but only at early stage of schools. I raised my kids in Kenya, and one of the key things the schools were teaching was digital footprint. And what I echoed at home was what you do online games will have an impact not only on you, but on others. So they could be gentle, innocent jokes that arise from online that lead to an individual being hurt. So I think when we do start developing a regional approach to digital safety and inclusion, it's something that I think collectively as all nations will have to consider when children's picture and other stuff are exploited. So I'm going to react to Honorable Faisal's question of what would be the best definition of defining and developing laws. I think there's enough expertise around within the EAC and legislators, as well as expertise that we can tap into to figure out, first of all, common definition of what is TFGBV and how, as a collective aid nation, do we centralize our approach. The other thing that I also want to react to is Honorable Caroline's responses to what are the best practices. I think we have an ample opportunity of learning from nations that are well advanced into the digital transformation of nations to figure out and to learn from them what were the best practices, what worked, what didn't work. And what we are seeing now is the realization of the West in allowing kids of certain age to be exposed. And I think those are the lessons that they have learned from mistakes, which gives us an opportunity to lead from our side. There is multiple best practices, and one of the common frameworks of best practices is to have a multi-sectoral, multi-layered approach to compacting any type of violence or cross-border issues, whether it's trafficking, whether it's digitalization, is to have a multiple-faced approach without necessarily creating barriers and bureaucracies that you can't get to the end goal. I think one of the biggest disadvantages of having these multi-sectoral institutions is the bureaucracy is too lengthy. And I think when we are developing this, although we need a multinational or nation approach or multi-sectoral, what we also need to be able to be mindful of is the length of time it will take to communicate those laws and translate in different jurisdictions. And I think going forward, we are in an opportunity, like I said, to learn from what already existed, but also to be very mindful of these are very time sensitive. One image shared goes viral instantly, and it will go beyond the African borders to the West, which we might not have jurisdictions, but there is common frameworks. Just like Interpol, we need to be able to establish a framework similar to Interpol's approach on how do we do cross-regional perpetrators or criminal activities and so forth. So I'll leave it at that, and I'm going to apologize. I'll have to rush and get off the stage to catch a flight. So thank you very much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. Now we is the Dr. Arun is on? Okay. Our dear no, I'll give you provided 1 minute with each of you to have 15 seconds as a parting shot. Now we will minus those 3.
We divide the 5.
So let us, so that you are prepared to answer some, to give parting shot in 15 seconds. So, Dr. Arun, if you can hear us, please, we invite you to raise your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the inspiration discussions today. Building on the point raised, I
the
believe.
computer that is operating the thing. You take the mic there.
Are you hear me, please? Hello? Hello? Hello, everyone.
Yeah, take that mic there. Yeah.
Are you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Thank you for this inspiration discussion today. Building on this point raised, I believe it's the time to move from dialogue to a concentrate enforcement mechanism. My research team at ARC in Egypt has development across board digital accountability blueprint that translates this legislative gap into actionable regional policies. My question to the panel is, are you open to a technician or technician partnership to implement such a framework? If so, my team is ready to share this blueprint immediately for engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope the panelists got the question. Okay. Now I give it to, I will be sacked by my boss if I give Honorable Mary.
Okay.
Honorable Mary, she has given you the chance. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I want to first of all start by thanking the panelists for a job well done. It gives me great pleasure to listen to what the young people say today, because some of us have been part of the women's movement from the 80s until now. And the perspectives are changing, and the issues are changing, and the world in which we are living is also becoming more and more dynamic, including the digital future and the digital world in which we are.
Yeah.
Oh, so you haven't been hearing me? Okay, sorry, I'm very sorry. So what I was saying is that, if I can summarize it, is that it is interesting to have this intergenerational dialogue where people of different ages, women in particular, are actually talking about the digital future. And I was saying that I have been part of the women's movement from the 80s. And the issues that we're dealing with at that time were different. The concerns keep changing, including the digital world in which we live today and the future that we are going into. I would like us to take retrospection into our own lives and deeds as women. You know, at the time when the women's movement and the whole issue of feminism became alive, women were so way down on the ladder of opportunities. Today, women have more opportunities. And I think that we need to look at what we are doing, even digitally, in terms of upholding the values of feminism that started the whole movement of fighting for the rights of men and women. When I look at our world today, I find that we need probably to change the tactic, because our young men are going down. I'm very sorry to say, but I will keep singing this. My own experience and watching the world in which we are tells me that our young men are going down. And yet we are talking about gender issues, and we are running a risk of actually having a society that has way less empowered men than we need it to be. And I'm not saying that we should not be empowering women. No, this is very good dialogue. And I want to appreciate what the Women's Caucus of Parliament did by incorporating he for she, so that we have more men that are part of this gender dialogue. Now, when we used to talk about the women's emancipation, the values of feminism included caring, being more objective, less oppressive character, and that can go into the digital use, less corrupt, because you are thinking about the common good as a mother, and you are raised like that. But are we still holding on to those values? Or we are using also the digital world to also harass and put our men down, both men and women. By the way, women can be terrible to each other, particularly young women today. Women are using the digital knowledge to actually undermine fellow women. And you find women going into depression, and another woman is chasing them on the computer, you know, using the internet. Therefore, our values are changing. While our men are becoming, particularly the young men, not my generation, the young men are becoming more emasculated. And that causes a danger also. What am I talking about? I think we need a world where we continue to see a good balance, where the men continue to be strong men, but changing their values. And also women not turning now into what we used to talk against. Look at what women are doing in offices, turning to be more corrupt than even the men they are succeeding. I just wanted to throw in that so that we don't glorify being a woman, and we need the men. You young women, you need the young men. You need strong husbands. You need actually confident men in society. So I would like to see the future of the gender dialogue include actually bringing parity between men and women, and having equally younger men and women in one room discussing about these issues. Maybe the gender gap is narrowing, which is an achievement for us. But let it not be for the negative results. Because the aim is to empower society. We need to empower everyone in society, not one going down in order for the other one to come up. So thank you so much. I just want you to think about that for the good of our society. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mary. Very wise words. And I know the House has taken it seriously. And I can see my ambassador, my chair, is nodding her head. It means something is happening. So we give it back to our panelists. To comment, okay. Yes, no problem. Give it to him. We just mind of our time, then we give it to him. Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Somewhere I'm seeing a dilemma now. One, we are trying to look on a girl or a woman as someone who is so useful in the community. But frankly speaking, the way the world changes now, we have to stop thinking like that. We have to start speaking the truth. That is like, we cannot continue thinking like how we can sympathize about women, how we can sympathize about the girls. I think it's high time we talk in the manner that we are kind of promoting that they come to the stage. So yes, we can have laws to protect the violence. Good. And then we have a question, what is the best practice now? So I'm like, is having laws and regulatory frameworks the best practice? Because the issue is that I think it should be, we don't want them to get there, right? We don't want them to get there. Not like, how do we deal when they are there? Because when they are there, they've already been affected. Yeah? So I would say one of the things is good, like we brought the issues of family, and but it's very important for the girls themselves to know the best practice is self-control. These people, they don't deal with you if you are not a person of interest. This word, a person of interest, is very important. So it's very important for our girls to know. It's not because they are girls, they're experiencing that. It's because they become a person of interest to the bully, online. So to me, I would say, as much as we are preaching about protecting this girl, let us also preach about them understanding and that they are not so unique in the society. They are part of the population. Even the boys are experiencing the same now. Yeah, a lot of boys have been affected, and thank you so much, Honorable Mary. So my word today to the girls, the best practice, yes, we can have laws and everything. I'm not talking about children. I'm talking about like these girls who at least they understand. I'm from the university. I can see how they expose themselves intentionally. So there's a problem of self-control. So if we are not going to talk about that, this problem, once they're affected, yes, we help them recover, but they've already been affected. So that is one. But at the same time, if we are not going to show them that why they get there, they'll end up like, they'll remain backward because they fear the risk. So we have to preach it very properly, how one gets there, so that they will know they should not stop daring. Yeah, they should not stop daring. The same as for the children. So yeah, the other day I said, yes, we want, every time we're talking about protecting. But the world is looking on these children differently. You see, sometimes I see some clips, I don't know if they're true. The small Chinese children at school, they are using technology, but they really do real stuff, useful things. So is it not time like we promote having our own tech solutions that are suitable to our community so that we don't remain backward, but we remain safe? So I'm somewhere like we need this balancing. Otherwise, we remain where we were. I remember when we were growing up, it's like, be careful, you don't go there. Be careful. Like the risk comes before, but technology is there to make life better. So I really appreciate, yes, there is harassment, there is sexual harassment, there is this harassment, and now it's based on technology. But how do we get there? Can we have frameworks that will protect them to get there? Because these are adults now. You're talking about very few children of 5 years, 7, 8, 9, they are bullied. This is about the teenagers, the university youth, for example. Adults, 18 years. So thank you, Honorable, thank you, panelists. But I think this dialogue has to continue, and we make sure that we have a balanced way in the manner that we don't remain behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, last comment, and then we close it from there. We bring it back here. Okay, you take the mic there. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable, and to the panelists. That was a good deliberation. My name is Janet Otieno from Kenya. I run a non-profit organization, and we work mainly with AGYWs, adolescent girls and young women. And maybe just to put through one of the challenges that I've encountered, I work with, our organization is based in the rural community of Kenya, Kilifi. And we have programs that are supporting these women in skilling and economic empowerment. And one of the challenges that I've encountered is most of these cases are never reported. Like you find that a big percentage of the cases we have in the communities, so one of the requirements is to have a report, maybe from the chief, from the police. Most of these cases are never reported. So maybe just a comment, other than sitting on the tables and working around the policies, we should also look into how the CSOs and the stakeholders at large are sensitizing these girls, especially those ones from the rural communities, to ensure that they are aware of their rights and they are aware of the referral pathways to where they can get help, not just on the TF-GBV, but all forms of GBV that are affecting our young women in the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Something is coming out very clear from all the comments, apart from the wise advice by Honorable Mary, and I think the lady who was there before mentioned it, that it is not about to avoid the technology. It is about to make it safe and use it responsibly. Now back, and then now I give it to all of you. That question from Dr. Arund, if you grab it, you answer it for us. Monica, yeah?
Online question?
Yes, that is the online question. And also if we are ready to partner,
yes,
open for partnership. Yeah.
I think one of the pillars that we stand on in civil society is the pillar of partnership. Very little can be achieved by one entity, no matter how much resource they have. So I would assume that that is the same with the legislation making processes as well. Partnership is key. So I would say that partnerships are welcome. And again, without reinventing the wheel, it is easier to work with somebody who already has a framework that works, and then you can build on that. So that would be very welcome. I think that also ties into a question on, as we are defining the framework, who do we need to draft the legislation? Obviously, the lawmakers would be the biggest stakeholder, but we also need to embrace civil society because they have a lot of expertise in these particular fields. As the young lady has said, they know a lot. Even when it comes to things like statistics and data, if we try to rely on our national data, nationally published data, you will find a case of underreporting because many of the cases do not get into the system through reporting or prosecution or whatnot. So we need to rely on the expertise that civil society brings to the table in terms of their experience with victims and the solutions that they would propose for those victims. We also need to consult the constituents. Those are the victims of the TF-GBV. What is it that they would like to see? In our work with victims of trafficking, we often rely heavily on asking them the question, what would be most impactful to you? What is it that you want to achieve by, entering a rehabilitation program, by going to court, by participating in investigations? What would be the solution you want to see? That way you understand what kind of impact you need to create, and you're not working from an assumption that many times may be wrong. So I would invite us to consider the same strategy. Ask the constituents what it is that they need and how it is that they can be helped so that we can create actual impact for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you have prepared it and you have really finished it. Unless if before parting shots. Okay. Now, thank you, our very good participants. Just put that very active. And now it is a parting shots, 15 seconds only. I will start with Ms. Shamim.
Thank you very much. So I think it's not every day I sit in rooms where I can hear what happened about feminism to the point of where we are. I don't think I also sit in rooms where I can have the kind of dialogue we do have in terms of where we're heading. And you hear also the lady behind in terms of what's happening in her community. So my parting shot is what's happening in terms of the intergenerational dialogue is the reason we're having this conversation, is the reason I'm seeing men supporting women, is the reason I'm hearing the journey of what it takes for me to sit here, and it's the reason I appreciate the journey of where we're going, but it's also the reason why we need to keep this going. So the Women Caucus, kudos to what you've done, and I hope we keep doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Sarah.
Thank you so much. It's really an honor to be here and to be part of this panel. I look forward for more fruitful discussion and a way forward for what really needs to be done with response to TFGBV. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica.
We haven't really addressed what Honorable May talked about, the issue around paying attention to the men as well. And you're absolutely right. There is a phenomenon online now called the manosphere, where men are beginning to, develop a certain resentment for women. Thank you very much. Where they began to develop a resentment for women, and really that is showing up in blogs and forums, and it is encouraging misogyny and opposition to feminism. And I think that is stemming from what you're talking about. So as Honorable said, we really need to look at GBV in terms of the violence that is occasioned by a power imbalance between the genders. It might be men, it might be women, but definitely it needs to be addressed. Yes, I also look forward to further conversation on this, and I'm so glad that we are having this conversation. I believe that with partnership and very honest discussions like what we've had now, we can actually begin to make a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let us clap for our panelists as they are going.
Gideon has done this wonderful panel, a great service. But before you leave, please stand there and you take a group photo. The panel, yes. So can we applaud this whole team? So by consensus, how many say we break for lunch, then return, or complete, then go for lunch? It is consensus. How many says we break for lunch? Oh, you mean you're not hungry? So how many say we proceed and break once? Because I thought to do one lunch for 40 minutes, then return. No, so, but it's consensus, right? So what's your proposal, Honorable Mary? How many say we continue, finish, then go once? All of us, eh? Those in favor of, I'm going by numbers. Pardon? Yeah, some people have hypertension. Hey, okay. No. So we are asking, the majority will take the day, right? So those in favor of us breaking or for 1 hour, it cannot be 40. For lunch, then return to the room. Can I see your hands up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'm repeating. Those in favor, I'm putting 2 questions, so we will go by the majority because I know we are politicians and the rest here. Those in favor of us breaking off for lunch for 1 hour, because what's the time now? It's already 5 minutes past 3, meaning that would be back here 5 minutes past what? 4. Can you raise your hands? Okay. Those who say, let us finish once and be limited time and break off once until tomorrow, raise up your hands. So I think the majority you can see. The eyes have it. The eyes have it. But if you have pressure, it is okay. You can always move slowly and we proceed. So with that, you know, in parliament, that's how we work, majority. Yesterday, I moved the motion in the house and only 3 people supported me. And we went up to 10 in the floor. Yet I wanted us to adjourn. So let us move. Our next. So let us call the next. Do we have these moderators here? Or the panel? All the panel is not here. Hey, I can see that this panel is supposed to be moderated by Flavia Businje, Director Customs. Is she here? Yeah, you come. Where is she? Yeah, she's the moderator. Okay, so Honorable Alodi, come and moderate this session. Oh, she's a panelist. Wow. Okay, so in the meantime, we can't wait because we don't know where she is. In the meantime, let us call the panelists in front as we wait for the moderator. Is that okay? Okay. So let me invite, as someone calls Businje in, let me caretake in the meantime. I would like to call upon Honorable Alodi Iradukunda. She's our vice chairperson, Eala Youth Caucus, and she's a member of the Women Caucus too. Please come forward. And then let me have Honorable Dr. Gladness Salema. She's our member here, and she's an executive member of the Women Caucus. Doctor, please, you're welcome. And then we will have Dr. Rose Kiwia. Is she still around? Dr. Rose Kiwia is the Director of Academics, Tengeru Institute of Community Development. Okay, she's not around. And then we shall have Miss Sharon Mugabe. Sharon Mugabe. She's our Hansard editor here, East African Legislative Assembly, and a yearly fellow. Please welcome her. Dr. Rose Kiwia will be represented by Janet Zoya. I don't know whether she's around, from Tingeru. Please come forward. Okay. Okay, so in the event that the moderator of this session is not here, I'm proceeding.
Good.
Yeah. So, dear participants, we already have our team in front, and I'm going to pose questions. I know they are all briefed on what they are supposed to be answering. I would like to take us through, because here we're talking about STEM, AI, and the changing world at work. Are women ready? Looking at the figures that were given today by the minister, are we ready? When we don't even have one, in one university, that was a sample, like sampling. So are we ready? Maybe to a large extent, maybe we are yet to catch up. But I would like to pose a question to Honorable Alodi. Oh, please come. I was caretaking, but now that you've come, please come. So I would like to introduce Ms. Flavia Businje. She's our director here, Customs at the East African Community Secretariat. And we are excited to have you moderate this session. In your absence, I already called a panel, and it's an honor now to hand over this microphone to you. Please come over. Thank you so much. Let's welcome her.
Thank you very much. Our main moderator for at least taking you through in my absence. Apologies, I'd just gone out to pick a call, a very important call, sorry. But this afternoon, it's a very good afternoon, and I am very privileged to be a moderator of this very distinguished panel. My name is Flavia Businje. I am a director customs, but I'm also handling matters of trade at the East African Community Secretariat. So it's a privilege. I'm happy that they did introduce, I hope, the panel. But quickly, I want to just give a little bit of an opening on this particular session. And I want to say that AI is already transforming the way we learn, the way we work, the way we trade, govern, and innovate. So from the various sectors, including manufacturing, including customs, healthcare, finance, and education, AI is reshaping every sector of our economies. So it would mean that we all have to be part of AI in one way or another. For East Africa, we see that the discussion goes beyond the equality of gender, now that we are talking about women and the role of women and AI. So it goes beyond that, and it is about how we compete. It is about how we innovate and how inclusive we get into growth and regional integration. So the important question here is on whether AI will change, on whether we will change the world with AI. It's not that, because we have already seen the change, but it is whether women and girls. I was really happy to see the young girls coming on stage. Unfortunately, they were seated behind when we were here. We're like, where are the young girls? But when it was photo session, we really saw that they are part of the team. And so the question here is, how do we get involved at all stages of in this era? So without going into the details, I have to highlight that most of our instruments that we have developed, ranging from the common market, the recently adopted 7th development strategy of the community, and the Vision 2050, they all talk about creating an enabling environment that relates to innovation, digital trade, and skills development that will make our region competitive. So I am so happy to have the team, and I will go straight to the question, and I will request Honorable Alodi Iradukunda, the Vice Chairperson of Eala Youth Caucus, and I will ask, Africa continues to have a significant gender gap in STEM, education, and digital career. And from a policy and youth perspective, what are the biggest barriers preventing girls and young people and young women from entering the fields of STEM, and how can the East African community leverage the common market and regional integration to expand the opportunities on these matters? The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator. And obviously, I'm standing on the protocol that has already been observed. I think to answer this question, we have to establish that there is a simple truth. And I would even say there is a mathematical truth that if you leave out 50% of your population in your quest for prosperity, there is obviously something that you're not doing right. Indeed, I think the inclusion of women in our integration agenda, particularly looking at the common market, it is it's not just a moral imperative, I think, but it just makes economic sense to include the women in everything that we do. So when we talk about the STEM, which is the science technology sector, gender gap, we should talk about opportunities as opposed to just representation. And I would argue, if you look at the principle around the common market protocol, it envisions that anyone who is in any partner state should be able to. There is, of course, the issue of movement of people, movement of services, movement of, as I mentioned, opportunities, really. I think we are actually lagging behind based on what is on the ground. Because if you look at the young women in particular, but I would even say the young people in general, they are innovating, and they are innovating without borders. They are thinking of services that make sense for anyone in Rwanda, anyone in Kenya. They're actually way ahead. I think we're lagging behind, and I would even take this opportunity, because we're in the room with legislators, to think about how do we change the way we are defining work, because the definition of work has completely changed throughout the years. If I'm seated in Kigali and I need to create a service, let's say I want to create a shop, I'm looking at a market beyond just my borders, but the legislative and I would say the legal frameworks are limiting me. For instance, if I need to do a payment service for that shop that I mentioned, how do I go about it? If I need someone to pay me from Kenya, how do I go about it? These are the questions that I think young people are asking themselves. What is making us lag behind when it comes to really look into the integration agenda in a more practical way? I'll even give you a personal example. If we talk about the changes that have been happening, I actually studied computer science in university. I was a programmer. I don't know what happened for me to get into politics, but that my skills are becoming obsolete, because anyone seated anywhere can actually go on ChatGPT or any other AI tool to do the work that perhaps I thought was you know, if you look at what we studied, for example, the programming languages, all these things are things that are becoming obsolete in terms of the skills that we needed to get at that time. That was 5 years ago. Now imagine in the next 5 years ago, 5 years to come, what is going to happen? So we have to catch up. And the point I'm trying to make is the adaptability of the legal frameworks that we have need to really go beyond what we think, because we are actually limiting the opportunities for young people because we're not thinking of where we are as a society. And I would even say, I think about you asked me about the gaps that are here, and I even would argue that there is gaps in even the thinking that we have of what is needed for us to empower our young people. Again, I'll give an example. I saw an article recently that talked about the future of work in the next 20 years to come. And they were arguing that because of AI, we talk about AI and we forget that it is an ecosystem. It is not just AI as an application, but it actually, it embeds in different things. For instance, when you talk about AI, sometimes we forget that the backbone of AI is data. Data meaning that we need to construct data centers, as we've been talking about, the DPIs that we've been talking about in the last few days. The infrastructure alone is not enough. We're also thinking of energy. We're thinking of issues around how do we, in that article that I mentioned, they were talking about the issue that we're going to have in the next 20 years, actually, of scarcity of clean water. Because AI, with those data centers, it requires clean water to cool off these data centers that we're talking about. The cooling off then would immediately, as a legislator, you should be asking yourself, okay, then who are the people that are going to operate this? These are the young people. So you need to start now pushing those skills, the skills that we're not thinking of, the energy aspect of it. How do we then, in our curriculum, for example, in schools, how do we change computer science, the way we thought of it, to also include things that we have not thought of, the energy aspect of it, the clean water aspect of it. There's so many other ways that you have to look at the full ecosystem of AI and technology and start now to transition even in schools. As I mentioned, the skills that I was learning in school, they are completely, I'm telling you, if you go on ChatGPT right now and you write, build me a website, anyone can do it. Anyone can do it. So what does that mean for the young people? You also need to adapt to what is coming. You need to start thinking of, okay, now that we've seen that these skills are becoming obsolete, then what are the next skills that you have to think about? Next skills would be that clean water that is needed. How do I change, let's say, the salt water of oceans into clean water that is needed? You see, that skill is needed. Or let's say if you talk about infrastructure, as I mentioned, the data centers, how are they operated? Do we actually have the skills even within our young people to actually do that job that is going to be needed in the next years? So in summary, I think the gaps that are here have to be thought of way before that it starts happening on the ground. We have to start thinking, what are the programs that are needed for young people now to be equipped with these skills that are going to be needed? So the conversation becomes bigger than technology. I think AI, as I said, is also an energy issue. It is an infrastructure issue. It is a data issue. It is a clean water issue. Data centers powering AI require enormous amount of electricity. Even that is also a problem. across the world, companies are making decisions about where to locate data centers based on the access to reliable energy and the water sources. So therefore, if we're serious about the future of work, we must ask broader questions. If we invest in the digital public infrastructure, who will build it? Who will maintain it? Who will secure it? Who will manage that data? Do our girls have the skills necessary to participate in those sectors? So the responsibility, I think, lies with us as policymakers to ensure that young women are not just consumers of that technology, but creators and innovators, entrepreneurs and leaders of the digital community economy. So the STEM gender gap is not just about getting more girls into science classrooms that are, I would say, the traditional ones, the traditional classrooms. It is also ensuring that women are positioned to shape and benefit from the economic opportunities that define the next generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very important. I pick that we need to have change management. We need to adapt. We need to look at the legislation. How is it framed? How does it define work? How does it apply to the entire ecosystem? So it's a very interesting discussion that we may not be able to exhaust this afternoon, but we are happy that we have the people with us and we can always continue to engage privately. So I go to Sharon Mugabe. She's a Hansard editor with the East African Legislative Assembly. And I would like to ask you, artificial intelligence is changing the skills of employers' requirements. How should women prepare themselves to this changing world? And what skills should today's young women prioritize beyond technical knowledge? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Flavia. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the opportunity to share with you what I think that the young women should do to prepare for this. To begin with, is awareness. It is the mindset. It is believed statistically that when technology comes, men will adapt faster, women will adapt later. It is even worse when we grow older. We generally don't want inconvenience. We prefer consistency and certainty. Disruptive things make us uncomfortable. Our preference is that we go for what we know and we are sure we are going to deliver on. When social media hit the scene, how many of you immediately started on Facebook? And when did you join WhatsApp? I think most of us started joining WhatsApp when our workmates started sending work there. For members of parliament, I think when they started sharing the program on WhatsApp, then you realize, I have to go on WhatsApp, I need to get someone. That is on a light note, but generally women prefer things that they will not move quickly. They will move at a pace that is calculated. But now, the age we are in is disruptive. I am sure that even right now as we speak, there's a tool, there's an app that has dropped that is going to do something. We don't know about it. So I would say women need to be aware and change the mindset. Be aware that naturally I am formed to take it easy. I'm not going to move quickly with everything that comes up. Of course, you wouldn't match up with the pace, but be aware. Be willing to know that the world of work now, the future of work, is going to reward you if you're willing to learn continuously, if you're willing to adapt very quickly, if you're willing to network, and the networking is not happening in physical rooms. It is happening in space. And therefore, you need to get there. You need to get the discomfort of moving that space. Secondly, I'd like to talk about the need to prepare. Now that you are aware of how you are naturally formed and how you respond to change and how you adapt, the need for preparation, the need to learn, the need to there's no one who is going to go for you to learn that thing. It is your responsibility as a girl and as a woman to learn what needs to be learned, to get the skills that you need to get. It is unfortunate that when there is an opportunity for women, for girls to do something, you are likely to have them show up for an hour and then lose interest. First, they are not interested. Second, they are naturally wired not to move quickly with the things that are come at. So get prepared, learn what needs to be learned. And finally, on that point, I'd like to say that men are not mind readers. Even people are not mind readers. If you do not know, ask. People will not dream that you don't know this, that you don't know the other. Ask. Be ready to ask for help. It's not a sign of weakness. It is actually a sign of bravery to say that this is a gap and I need it covered. And I know that there are people who are willing to help you. The young people in your houses, the university students in your community are willing to help you and to expose you to what you do not know. Let me quickly talk about the policy formulation and implementation level. At that level, I guess this is where we are. We are the elite. We can get in this room. We can hear these conversations, which is a good thing because someone must think for the family. There has to be a think tank. There has to be someone to plan for this. And I guess this is where we are. But then, and I would like to appreciate the Women Caucus for the intergenerational dialogue. It is timely, it is needed. We have to pass it on to the next and to the next. It's a wonderful mentorship platform. But then I would like us to think beyond that and avoid what I call the bridal shower approach. A common feature of the bridal shower, a number of women would identify with this, the he for she's, you'll pardon me, but I'm willing to give you 30 seconds of what a bridal shower is. This is a pre-marriage function that girlfriends party throw for their girl, for their friend, before she goes to, for the bride, before she gets married. So it is called a bridal shower. And what do I mean by the bridal shower approach? At the bridal shower, the bride is not aware that something is happening. It has a common feature of a surprise effect. They go, they plan, they choose the venue, they choose the colors, they choose the food, and then they invite you to the party. Now that's a mentality we must be aware not to fall into. To sit here and prepare a bridal shower for the girls and women who are not here. The likelihood is that we are going to give them the color we want, and we do. We are going to buy for them the perfume we are used to and we can afford. We are also going to use the language that we understand. The bride is not here. So we must, now that we have planned this, we must quickly think about how to bring the bride in preparation. We cannot always surprise the bride. It cannot always be a bridal shower. It cannot always have the surprise effect. Here it is, we prepared this, please serve and enjoy. Is it possible for us to hold this in a school compound? Would it be possible to have those people that we are thinking about, starting with us, but then going outward? Can they be on the panel? they are likely not to know that these beautiful conversations are happening. They are likely not to know that actually the cake we chose was very good and it was in good faith. It may be in good faith, but it may be ill. It may not meet the purpose for which we are choosing it. Ladies, girls, it is our responsibility to prepare for what is coming, no one else's.
Thank you very much. It was very spot on, because you're just telling us we need to be aware. If I'm aware, and then what? I need to learn. And if I learn, do I use or do I drop? There is a French class going on around our HR department organized, got a trainer for French. And so everybody registered, almost 90, so many people registered. So I was very surprised yesterday. Unfortunately, I didn't register. I don't know French either, but I didn't register. When I was with my colleague, there were just four people in class. 4, 1, 2, 3. So you can imagine they were willing to do so. They were aware, but sustainability, they could not proceed. There is something else that they thought of and they left. So I think this is what Sharon is telling us, that we need to be aware. We need to sustain what we are aware of, and we need to be willing to learn, to understand the new technology. I would have asked, how else can we be creators of these new technologies that are coming in, instead of just simply being users of these technologies? But we have understood, and thank you very much. That was very, very good. Honorable Gladness, I want you to tell us about how AI is already shaping employment opportunities across our region, and which sectors present the greatest opportunity for women, and what are the risks that the governments should prepare for in this matter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the first thing that I think is important is for us to know that we have to embrace technology. We have no option. There's no other option for now. That is the way to go, that we have to embrace technology, and we need to have the capacity and capabilities of utilizing these technologies, but at the same time, as said before, develop these technological solutions, to address our context. That is something that I would like to say. So if we talk about AI, so I'm not a tech expert, yeah, so I can't say much on developing the AI-based solutions, but I'm a user, okay? So I'm using the AI solution, I'm using very well. So what I would say is that it has not only replaced the jobs, it has also transformed how we work, okay? So, and that could be an opportunity. And if we talk about women, I would say that is an opportunity, because currently you can sit at home, do your work, like it's supposed remote working, yeah? Very well. So for women, we used to say we have multiple responsibilities. I have little children, I have family responsibilities. But at the same time, I need to engage in the economical platforms. So with the AI, it has reorganized how we can work. So I would say to us women, I see it's favored us, because now we can even work remotely, yeah, and also continue with the other responsibilities. It has kind of brought the balance, as far as work and social life is concerned. That is one. But what I see clearly is that, and maybe even if now we're talking about AI, but we are not sure if in the next 10 years we still talk about AI, could be something else. So what I see is that it has really affected routine works. Seriously. you know, like clerical works, documentation works. These kinds of routine works have really been affected. And even the technical part, you know, if you have data, you just upload it, and if you are, let's say, if you are a forecaster, you know, so I just upload the data and then I just command, predict 5 years. So this is something that people used to do maybe for even 3 months, and it's a job of 10, you know, multiple people. But now with AI, if data is there, it predicts, and you can even tell, you can even command it, tell me what was the performance 5 years back. It tells you, you know. So what I'm trying to say is that what AI has done, it has changed even the nature of demand from the workplace. Now it's not about your credentials. Now it's beyond your technical expertise. You can be a financial analyst. I'm not. But if I have the financial data, I can command, it can give me the analysis and comprehensive reports. So I'll just need an expert to interpret. You understand? So I see like it has changed work, the way we do work, how work has been organized. So it's not a total replacement, but it has really reorganized how we do work. Like now, if you go to the lawyers, if they are spending 1 week reviewing the documents, maybe they can review for 7 days, but you can review it for 30 minutes, even less. You just upload the document, you command, conduct a critical review. And you know, it can even give you a comparison with best practices. So then this lawyer now remains into more, how do I give proper advice? You see, even if it's a medical doctor, you know, it can tell a lot. So they end up maybe most of the time, like, how do I now make sure it is like my treatment is effective? So it's a kind of reorganizing. Alodi has talked about, for example, for the startups. Initially, maybe you need even to hire a consultant, develop a business plan for me, right? But these days, you just sit, you command. It develops you a business plan, and it asks you, is it for a commercial bank? Is it for a grant? Is it, do you want us to package it to attract the donors? And all of those activities were usually done by people. So that is what I'm seeing, and I can say it's a challenge to the community. It's a challenge to young people. But to me, I see it's also a challenge to the leaders. Like, you cannot continue to lead the same way you used to lead, because AI has really changed how things are done. So I can't say directly like it has replaced, and this is what people fear a lot. Oh, if we adopt it to replace jobs. No, it's just going to change how you do it. Me, I'm an academician, right? So I can command. I want this type of material. I can tell it how depth. I can tell it how many best books I want it to review. And it does that for 30 minutes. And if I was doing it on my own, that can take me more than 3 months. So it's not like it has replaced my role. No. Now it has changed how I do it. So what I would say is that as much as we are embracing, we need also to appreciate that there is a transformation. There is a transformation at the workplace. And for that case, there is a demand for new skills. You know, the skills that a machine, the human skills that a machine cannot do. You know, with all these developments, AI is not yet to negotiate for you. So we need maybe people with good negotiation skills. Strategic thinkers, right? Because you command. So it can be garbage in, garbage out. But we are talking about having strategic thinkers. We are talking about having critical thinkers. Like now it has created a demand for new skills. So if it's about employers, and this is for young people, the demand is beyond your credentials. The demand is beyond your ability of using the ICT tools and all that. Now we have really to make sure that we have this soft part, which is of the human nature, that a machine cannot easily replicate it. So I would say it has not really replaced, but it has transformed. It has transformed us. So that is something that I could really say, and I really ask to appreciate, so that we don't run away from AI. We should embrace it because it is easy our way. But if we remain the same way, the traditional way of looking at things, then it becomes a very serious problem. So I was asked also to talk about the challenges, and I would say the challenge is not just to the governments. You know, the governments, they're just preparing an enabling environment, right? But we also have the challenge from the community, the challenge from the individuals themselves, you know. And if today we are talking about women, I think one of the challenges, I don't know if it is a mindset or what is it, is the women to be proactive. You know, like, we have no other way the technology has landed. How many of us here know at least one, the young girl? Just raise up your hand, that you are using one AI. Yeah, you see, we have 4. But all of them are in social media groups. How many WhatsApp groups? How many blah, blah, you know? So this is a gap that we see. Is it the first time today that you're hearing about AI? No. But that proactiveness, sometimes we are told that outside you should be a woman, but inside you need to have that male attribute to survive in this world, today's world. Yeah, yes. Because they're proactive. They're there. They see what we say as a challenge, they see it as an opportunity. So to me, I would say, the first thing or the challenge I see from the personal level, we as women, as a group in the community, to get out of that comfort zone and to think there's someone who will prepare something for us to continue to be comfortable. There's no way. We have to wake up. We have to come to the stage and dance to the tune. Yeah, that is it. So to the frameworks, yes, definitely. And given our dynamics in our communities, our governments can prepare good frameworks. Now execution. You know, we don't have a problem with policies, laws, regulations. Then it comes also for execution. But to me, I would say we need to balance with all these frameworks and the governance aspect. It has to balance and support not only girls, but the community, the human capital in our partner states to have the digital capabilities that are needed today. So what I would say, this will need a change, a transformation of a person. With these technological changes, you need to be intentional on what is called lifelong learning. Lifelong learning. You learn today, you gain a skill, you learn tomorrow. It's like you skill again, you learn and relearn, you learn and relearn. So that one really demands support also from the government to make sure that we have the enabling environment to support the lifelong learning so that we go together with this technological development. So to me, I see more opportunities, new jobs being created. Yeah, I see like we'll be more productive. I see the cost of doing business going down. So if we adopt this particular technology, but there is that outcome out of this technology that we have no way but to make sure that we have the strategies to mitigate so that our people will not be displaced. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It is very clear that we need to be proactive. We need to learn to dare. Do it, okay? Don't just look at it, but do it. And we have also seen that we need to change as the the world changes, we need to change with the world. It has made our work easy. Actually, it knows how to track your trend. When you ask, give me Flavia's name, the next time you write, you say, do you want me to tell you her title? Do you want me to tell you what she does? So it has made it easier. It has even, it allows us to think further, even beyond what we have thought about. So it is to simplify and to make our work easy. I recall when we were still young and we were starting work, the people we found in the respective responsibilities, when you wanted to change something, they will tell you, no, this is how we used to do it. This is how it is done. So there's nothing to change. No, 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 no. It is like this and it should remain this way. So today, we don't have to be in that kind of mindset. We need to have a change mindset. We need to think together with what is coming our way. So thank you very much, Honorable. We are so grateful for that, for those insights. We are going to the most interesting one. What is the issue of women finance? We don't have money. We don't have access to finance. Our businesses are not doing well because our projects are not being considered by bankers, but we have a banker here. So I'm so happy that she's the final person that I'm going to talk to, because she's going to tell us how Miss Janet Zoe, she's a chief manager, women banking. And so I would like to come to you and request you to, I will first of all say that women have issues of finance all the time, but they have a lot of money. But when it comes to the public, they do not have. So the bank is here. So as business increasingly adopt AI, digital technologies, how can financial institutions better support women-led enterprises to innovate and what are the practical and participate in regional and global markets? You can also tell us, are banks changing how they assess women businesses? Because in back then, women businesses were not bankable projects for the bank. So have the banks changed that narrative? And what are the financing models that are emerging today to support women? Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. Thank you, moderator, for giving me this opportunity. But with your permission, allow me to introduce my mentees accompany me today in this intergenerational dialogue. I have Jacqueline. Jacqueline, kindly stand and raise up your hand. With Jacqueline, there is mentee intergenerational dialogue. I have Maureen. Maureen, just stand up and raise your hands. Thank you. Why did I request them to stand and say hi to this group? We are here discussing the intergenerational dialogue. If we did it perfectly to 360 degrees, it might be today we could have another level of discussion. We are working very closely with the Institute of Community Development under their program known as She Brave, Why Not Her? With the She Brave, Why Not He? As we have been told before. So that program aims at supporting our colleagues, fellow young leaders, to be able to unlock their potential. So within the integration mode, there is a mentor-mentee program where I, as a mentor, am mentoring Jacqueline. What are the specifications? She has a lot of potentials, but the confidence to extract them coming out is still an issue. Besides that, there's also a leadership spirit in her, because we are expecting her to grow to the future leadership level to be able to carry higher responsibility. But how can we identify that Jacqueline can sit at a certain position? As we have been telling ourselves, go and look who your seat at the boardroom. But the how part, who assisted Jacqueline to know the way. But also there's something about career growth. We want to see Jacqueline grow to the senior level, also to become maybe in future as one of the members of parliament in this room. So I'm mentoring her, but Jacqueline also has an assignment to mentor the young leaders, the young women at the secondary education. That is why we have Noreen today. So what are the specifications? Noreen has got her dreams. She wants to realize, but how to go about it? Because we know in our families, some of us, we are living with our extended families from our brothers and our sisters. But who is touching that group? So the role of Jacqueline is to ensure she assisted Noreen to realize her dream, her goals, and also to be able to identify the role model in the society whereby she can take her through. So also Jacqueline has a task. That is how the intergenerational model applies. She's also mentoring a primary school, a boy who is at 13 years of age. He is in standard 6. So if that process goes well, this intergenerational dialogue could be at a different level. And where does it start? It should start from the family. So before going back to the question, I want to pose this question to ask ourselves here. Do we do perfectly the intergenerational dialogue at our family level? If not, to whom are we waiting? That is where Tengeru has tried their level best, at least to address that group. So let us go back home today as an assignment. Ask from your family level, from your clan, who is supposed to do that intergenerational model? Thank you so much. Back to the question. It has been a cry for majority of women entrepreneurs. There is no market to sell our product. We don't have working capital, but we have money for celebrating the social gathering. The money is not enough to drive my business, but we have money to celebrate when we are share out our money through Vikoba. You know, we don't have money to maybe to go and upgrade my skills and my technology concerning the AI in the system, but we have that money for the merry-go-round. The issue is, what is our priority? So working with women at the banking sector, you should know at what particular group of women are we talking or are we addressing? At this level, most of us, we are blessed, at least you know the financial aspect of financial discipline. But in getting back to those women sitting at the bottom of the pyramid, they are surrounded by a lot of pressure on society and the family issue, and forgetting the priority on the business and the sustainability aspect. So what we are doing for us, we come up with a proper package for the startup women in business to take them through the topics like from the idea generation to the business reality. Because most of them, they have a lot of good ideas. But as we know, most of our banks in the Tanzanian context doesn't finance the startup. So they have an idea. So if everybody waits for the ready-made women customers, who will play part of molding this, who has started it, who has got a very good idea? So, and we have a specific program, we call it Tabasam. It's a program whereby we put these startup women with generation, with women who have good ideas, we take them through the incubation center so that we started training them how to save, the discipline on money management. We also do an exchange program connecting them to the women who have already advanced, at least to hear the stories and to learn from them. But how did you start? What are the difficulties? What are the challenges? And what do I need to do to reach at the level of viewers? So that is one. Like, that now gets back to the women who have already advanced in the medium sector or in the corporate sector. If also you hear from these women, they will tell you, we are producing goods, but you have no market to sell. Now the AI is in the house. It's all about e-commerce. Now AI is going to address, there's no more cry concerning where am I going to sell my product. But the issue is, are we skilled enough to get into that technology? Maybe to create our page, to display our products, maybe to create a content, so that when those customers who are going through the online system, they can see your product, they can know the content, and they can also understand the price. Are we competent to that level? If not, like Madam is saying, the AI now is in the house. So you can start by maybe looking for somebody who is more experienced in the technology, but for you to make sure, for us to make sure that what has been advertised there carry the weight it deserves, we have no way we can run with the technology. That is one. Secondly, with e-commerce, it opens doors for the interregional markets, because you can, through AI, it will assist us to increase the customer base, also to increase the volume of our products. So even our sales and the revenue as women entrepreneurs will also increase. So that we have no excuses on the enhancing the AI, but also the AI will support us in the whole chain of ecosystem. While you're advertising your products, those who go through your pages, those comes from different backgrounds. So that is where we get the people who are very good in technology. You can also connect it to your business. You also get the people who are very good in the markets outside your country. They can also give you the pipeline so that we can benefit. So e-commerce is very useful during regional intervention. But we have another aspect, the capital. Money has never been enough. The issue is the priority, the financial discipline, the savings behavior, and setting for the emergency fund. Through the AIs, there is a lot of information, digital, concerning organization, who has got a seed of fund, who has got fund for the advanced business. So we have no excuses. The only issue is the eligibility criteria. The higher you go to the technology, the higher the eligibility criteria and the formalization of the business. It has nothing to do with us using the AI, applying for the fund while our business are not well formalized. So the question to us as women entrepreneurs, or for us who are supporting women entrepreneurs behind us, let's support them to transform their business to qualify for the form of funding which are found in the AI system. The third one is about products. AI is in the house. It's all about competition. The moment you advertise your product in the online system, the customers there, they have choice. They are very sensitive on the quality. So we might be busy advertising our product, but are they competitive in the market? So I enhance the changes on the technology because it makes us a working call to make sure that the world we are going to sell our product that is full of competitive in terms of quality, in terms of branding, in terms of labeling. How do we label our products? The content. What are we telling the people in the online, in the community, to be attracted to buy our products? So all those make us a working call that let us enhance technology by making sure that our product carry the weight it deserves. And the last thing is about the collateral. Majority of women entrepreneurs, it doesn't matter where they are staying. We always pretend that we don't have collateral. But if I look at the faces for the women sitting here, they have more collateral than our colleagues men. But the moment we come to the borrowing system, we don't have collateral. So which women are we talking about? If we are touching those women at the micro level, at the micro level and the macro level, the one who are starting, for sure, the issue is they have collateral. But that collateral, as we know our family system structure, they are titled in the names of our husband. So that's not an excuse for us. That is why we say we have to enhance technology. We should assist these fellow colleagues, women, to be able to access the technology to know where can I get a guarantee kind of fund as far as I have a good business, but the collateral is not in my name. That is one. But secondly, it is a call to me and you. The world is now changing. There is a space, we call it financial literacy. It is our time now to make sure that we put that family together to understand that that belongs to the family. Because what if those collateral contains to be in the name of the spouse, and that man is not here today, and he takes a loan somewhere and without women awareness. At the end of the day, the family is the one which is struggling. So to sum up, what I want to share with you today is for the integrational market, we can't run away from it. We as women, if we really want to increase our volume of sales, expand our outreach, promote our products, and also making sure that the quality of our products we are producing match with the qualifications and the demand in the AI market. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's not enough. Please, again. The he for she. Please allow your women to access the collateral. The collateral, I don't know how to read it. Collateral. Because you do not register it in their names. So please, you have done. Thank you very much. We have learned quite a lot. One, we have a homework to go back home and start the mentorship program from our families. It was very, very important. Thank you very much. And we need to quickly, we need to look at the priority. We need to look at the category of women. We need to think about sustainability. I like the issue of training, the training of on how to save money. We have the money, but when it is my birthday, we have to throw a big party. And that money, who gives? My saving. I will have to call all of you to come for my birthday, but I cannot use it for the business. And we need to also be able to know that AI is helping us through e-commerce. We can also create content. We can we can be able to participate in inter-regional markets. We can do quite a lot in terms of information on organization of our businesses. Are we eligible? Do we know the criteria? And what does it all mean? We need to be competitive. We need to look at the quality of goods that we produce. We need to know how to brand. We need to, basically, we need to be at par with the system. So thank you very much. I want to open the floor quickly before I give the last opportunity for them to tell us what we should take home. So is there any, yes, Honorable Madam. Please take the floor. You don't have a microphone. Okay. I'll give you mine. All right. Anyone else? I want to see how many. 3, 4. He for she, yes. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we have 5. Okay, thank you very much. Please take the floor.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important conference on women leading the future, the digital future. I definitely want to declare that I've been working with the SMEs industry for quite some times. And in the context of my country, Tanzania, I can see from the presentation, there is an institution gap, fragmentation of policies, misalignment, infrastructure deficit, skills shortage, and e-commerce barriers. Today, majority of my women SMA, in the SME subsector in my country, they are only selling through maybe WhatsApp group and social media. But the e-commerce infrastructure is not ready in place to accommodate women-led products from the enterprise. The agenda of women empowerment is now over 30 years. So we are into business already. We know how to sell, we have good products. But the challenge is the skill gap, because when you talk about ICT, it's about skill. So we need coordinated effort from the education system to embrace the value of ICT from the primary level to university level. But if we don't have in place the regulation that will govern e-commerce, again, it's going to take a lot of time. So we need to, like yesterday when you say, to put issues into workable. We don't need policies anymore, but at least structure that will make our ideas be that of result-oriented. But again, also, when I look into number of institutions that a woman has to pass through in order for her business to be registered, that's another barrier. Institutions do not talk to each other. So there is a lot in the ground that should be aligned for the better performance of what we want to envision in the future. This could be my contribution today. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very important. He for she. Sorry. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm going to comment on questions that were directed. First to Honorable Alodi, and then to Dr. Gladness. The question that was directed to Honorable Alodi was, how do we make sure that our young people, particularly young ladies, participate or take up STEM programs when they get to colleges or universities? I think she did her best. The answer she gave was good. But as a teacher, I taught at the level of university before I took up this job. I would recommend that the best way is to build confidence, as mentioned in the morning by our Secretary General. How do you go about it? What do? You start building that confidence in girls right from primary to secondary school. Because when you're climbing a tree, you don't climb tree from the top. You climb tree from the bottom. And that is what we should do. Because if we train girls well-grounded in science, technology, and then mathematics, in primary going to secondary school, when they get to universities, they will not be scared of taking those courses in engineering. That's the first things we should do. Second to that, all of us actually, our cultures are trying not to encourage girls. We say that boys, it was mentioned earlier, are risk takers. So girls tend to think of themselves as less risk takers. So cultural aspect is to encourage girls or young ladies to feel confident about themselves, to feel that what boys can do, I don't mean fighting, stealing, a burglary, a robbery, no. But I mean, anything constructive, activity that can actually help society move forward, girls have to be encouraged to do that so that they also feel confident equally, with boys. Now to Dr. Gladness. You talk nicely, beautifully about AI. Its agility, intelligence, the speed it will do things. There was a study recently by Harvard University in the United States of America. They're saying that today, younger generation or younger people are becoming dumber, more stupid because of this technology. I want you to understand that. I come from academia or academic background. Because of the technology, the way it's making so easy, even giving simple operations or math to children as entrance exam to university, children actually would fail it as compared to the past when there was no this technology. And there is saying that there is no human action that is risk-free. Technology is good, but we have to be optimistically cautious with it or about it, because it is also coming with issues that can actually undermine our own independent thinking and analysis as humans, because we are gifted differently. So I want you to be so happy about it, but also be cautious about it. And you also, you talk about it, like I said, you talk about it as it is almost everything, or it can do everything almost without involvement of human, thinking or helping or putting hands on it. With that kind of explanation you gave us, and I know you are not a medical doctor, but with your explanation, can you perform, this is on light note, but I want you to answer it. Can you perform a surgery on a patient? Somebody does need to be operated. With the skills, your knowledge of AI, can you do that work? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are very good contributions to build confidence to the young people, the girls. They have to be risk takers, but also we need to be mindful about AI, what it is bringing to the young ones, becoming lazy, becoming dumb, basically you put everything and it does it for you. So you do not apply yourself. You don't apply your knowledge. So it's something that we have to be mindful about as we as we apply these technologies. Honorable Francoise.
Thank you very much. Actually, I was thinking of you giving the floor to the young generation so that they can ask more questions than as members of parliament we can respond, let alone if we have interventions. Thank you.
Okay, so member of parliament, don't put your hand up. We have been guided. I want young ones. Yes, my dear sister.
Oh.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Honorable. My name is Linda Kakola. I work for ENASO, Regional Civil Society, and my question is on the gender digital divide. So I just wanted to know what measures present or should be taken to address the gender digital divide, particularly for the girls and young women in rural areas. And so because we understand that they have the least access to technology, internet connectivity, and digital skills training, but also not only those in rural areas, but those also not in formal sectors, because I think that our dialogue here has been more directed to those present in formal sectors, say in schools or universities. But what of the girls in rural areas and say school dropouts or those who do not have access to education?
Thank you very much. Gender digital divide. How do we support those that are not able to access internet wherever they are? Yes, please. And then I'll go back to you.
Thank you so much. My name is Jacqueline, and I'm the Managing Director of Mkufi Safari and Tours Limited here in Arusha. I don't have a question, but I have a contribution. Yeah. As a growing tour operator, with a lack of capital. What I do to fulfill my work, I use technology and AI so that I would advise the elder women, the mid one, and the young one to do not fear the technology, to learn it, to use it, and to let it become the partner. We should let the technology become our partner. Why? Because the future does not belong to those who fear it. It belongs to those who, and does not.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It goes back to what we were told to embrace AI and other technologies. Yes, please.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Charlene Wambui. I'm a member of the County Assembly of Murang'a, that is in Kenya, and I'm really happy to be here listening to very nice and accomplished women who I look up to. In the future, I want to be as accomplished as them and as polished as them. Thank you so much. I have 3 questions and I'll go directly to them. To our panelists, how can organizations ensure that AI systems are designed without gender bias? That's my first question. Secondly, how do we establish clear penalties for individuals and organizations that create or distribute malicious AI-generated content against women? Number 3, how can we ensure that the current education system is adequately prepares women for an AI-driven workplace? Thank you so much and God bless you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. How do we penalize those people? Eh? They are so malicious to women. And how can we incorporate this in education system, in our education system? It's very important. Yes.
Hello. Shikamoni kwa wakubwa, wadogo zangu maraba, rika langu hai. So I just wanted to add to the question of Madam there. It's just an addition when she said that this gender divide and access to digital technology is just concerned with the formal sectors. But what I've found out in my mentorship, mentoring my colleague here, is that even in formal sectors, they do not have access to it. I just had a conversation with her and she told me those who have access to digital technology, I mean use of computers, are those who only take computer studies. So there is still a problem. I studied in a school where there were no computer. And it is just here in Arusha and it is in an urban place, some place called Majengo. But still, I've never seen computers. I have studied in a university here in Arusha called Makumira. We were taught ICT studies, but it was only on paper. And yet, there is a computer room where we are convinced and we are told you must go there and do something, go and use it. But students were not that, we are not having that fun to go there because most of them, they did not know how to use it. And most of them are so glued to their phones. So if it's assignment, they use phones more than computer labs. We pay money for the computer repairments. We pay money, it's part of their fees, but yet we do not use them. In my workplace, those who we recruited and got a chance, I entered with people who even didn't know how to send emails. And it was a problem. So this thing is not just for rural areas, even here in urban, even in formal sectors, there's still a problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That one is very important and it goes back to awareness for us not sitting here as elite people, but we also need to get back to those people that we think need that facility or that guidance on creating awareness. Any last one? Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Pamela Chogo, and I just wanted to add, he explained very well about the other side of AI, looking at the disadvantage of it. And from the panelists, I would like to hear their contribution towards over-reliance on AI, especially now a lot of young people use it as a life guide. I've had a situation where we talk of e-parenting, but now we are talking about AI parenting. Like everything, today my wife is angry, what should I do? You ask AI. So if you can comment about that, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Even at workplace, we are relying so much on AI. They give me an assignment. Instead of thinking, I put in AI. AI will give me anything that it feels like. And then I will send it to my supervisor. My supervisor comes back and says, what's this? But I thought AI was intelligent, you know? So we need to be mindful on some of these issues. And finally, okay, that they will forget the questions, but I would like to request you can answer in whatever you're comfortable with to respond to, not in order. So
So I wanna first answer the question Honorable asked me. How do we make sure that our young people participate in STEM? And I'm trying to avoid a scenario when I say, let's encourage girls, because I think we are past that. And I remember Honorable Gladness indeed did say that. We are past saying, let's encourage girls. It is about exposure. It is about opportunities around mentorship, around clubs, STEM clubs, around industry internships, availability, and even beyond that, it's about accessibility, because you cannot start talking about, it's true, you cannot start talking about AI and all this advanced technology without actually thinking of even the basics of affordability of internet, affordability of devices, the quality education that you're receiving, in fact. So I think, how do we make sure? We first look at, it's twofold. There is the infrastructure part of it. Infrastructure, of course, as I said, it is internet, it is the DPIs, the data centers, the energy aspect of it. But then there is also infrastructure around the skills that you're even pushing onto these young girls, instead of making sure that you have mentorship programs, you're looking at different things. So I think really what I'm saying is the most important thing is institutionalize the mentorship programs, institutionalize the role models, the ability for young people to have opportunity. That's what I would say on that question.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to address what Honorable has raised as far as, I think this we can say maybe they are risk or due to exposure, right? And maybe I didn't emphasize so much when I was speaking at the first time. It's true. You know, the technology has exposed us, right? If you're not careful, you become naked. And you become naked to the global, not just even to your area, to your company. So that is very important to understand that once we are using these technologies, we are exposed. And if you want to believe, you can go to your Instagram page, those who have Instagrams, try to open one advert that is coming. And I tell you, tomorrow you'll be receiving similar adverts. You are already connected. It has already been communicated, this is what is your interest, okay? So we should know that that is a risk we have. As far as data privacy, it is a risk, and we have to be careful. But then it should not hinder us from using it, you know? sometimes we are discussing income, right? So we can look at it as two sides of the same coin. There are challenges on one side, but there are serious benefits on the other side. So we really need to find a way, even if we are talking about the governance infrastructures, I think they should not just rely on the risk. Let us promote better use of these technologies. Let us promote skills development for better use. You know why these young people are it's because everybody have seen in TikTok, ChatGPT. You know, no one is talking at it at the universities. The universities have denied to talk about these technologies. They've denied. No one is teaching these young people how you can become a critical thinker, how it can support you to think properly. No. Everybody's like, no, that is the same as cheating. That is the same as plagiarism. So that negative part, you know, even for a child, when you are too hard, that's when they become cheaters. So it's the same. But I think we should embrace as it is now, show them the better use, how they can become better people under the support of technology. But again, and that is a challenge to our institutions, we should be ready to enforce that their use for the intended purpose, the better use. Like if it's in the education sectors, how do you detect, for example? Because now, if you are not investing on detecting, you're in for it. Someone who just download a thesis, they submit. And I tell you, the AI has no spelling mistakes. It's quite, you know, so that is something that we can never ignore. If we know there is a risk, we need to invest on how to mitigate the risk. We don't run away from the risk. So me, I think I'm a person who thinks we need to find strategies to mitigate the risk. At the same time, we reap the benefits because that's where the world is. So the challenges true are there. And I would say we have to be very careful when we are using these systems. For data privacy, and different countries have their own guidelines and frameworks. You know, you don't just send anything. You don't, you know, you have to be careful because it will stay there. And unfortunately, we don't know where it stays. That's why if you tell it, compare EAC and ASEAN as regional blocks, it compares with facts. But ask me, where did it get the data? I don't know. So that is a risk that we have. But I still encourage that we should understand the risk. We should be aware of the risk, but at the same time have mitigation strategies to mitigate the risk while we are promoting the benefits of these systems. Someone raised the issue of whether it can do everything. I said in my presentation, it cannot do everything. It cannot do critical thinking. It can't. It can assist you to reach a point where you can think strategically because it can do those kind of analysis. But what I'm trying to say, the human factor has not been removed by AI. So we're talking about a collaboration between AI and a human being, but it has changed the skills needed. It has changed the attributes that are needed. So it's something that I think is very important, and that's what I believe. So someone said on the digital divide, and most of the time we have, you know, there's this thinking about the government has not done this. The government has not provided this. The government has not. It's true. But I can ask all of you here, if we talk about the digital divide from the access, how many of you have smartphones? So that is a digital divide, you know. That's a digital divide aspect. How many have smartphones? Let us go beyond the access. Let us look at digital divide at usage. How many use for unproductive activities? How many? And how many use for product? That's just a digital divide that we need to discuss. And just to finish,
If we talk about the gender, the women, I think we have a problem on the usage divide. How do we use? Do we really use it to improve? Oh, you know the women, you can be busy from morning to evening, you are just searching dresses, you are just looking new hair, there's new hair in town, there's this. You know, how does it add value to your life? So that is also a digital divide, and I like the young people to think about. The skill divide. Yes, we need everyone. Now it's about having digital skills, but at least have the basic ones to use those. It's not like everyone should develop, but at least we should be able to use. So invest on it on yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable. It's very interesting, but we don't have time. I want to request the last two speakers to be very brief to the point. And
there was a question we didn't answer around the gender bias.
Yes, Sharon and Janet can respond to that as you conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A lot of the things have been responded to. I just wanted to highlight the fact that most of us generally are illiterate users of AI. We are using it because we've heard about it, but we actually don't have the real exposure of what it is and what it does. And I think that's a place organizations need to start from. Whether you like it or not, your people are using AI. We have a procurement policy. We have a human resource policy. We have policies. Have we thought of our AI policies? If we just let it, the buzzword continue, but we don't prepare ourselves for it, we are going to continue to be illiterate users and we won't have the full benefit of it. Allow me to stop there and thank you.
Yes, Janet.
You. For me, it's just a reminder. It's good to embrace technology, but we should not forget parenting. We should not compromise our parenting with AI. The kids you are taking care at your family, remember, you are preparing somebody's wife, you are preparing somebody's husband. I don't believe the AI is going to be there for that spouse or for that lady as a spouse. Let's be cautious. Where are we going to apply AI? At which level? We can talk here until evening. If we are not going to play our part intensively, intergenerational dialogue, from the socialization to the family level to the secondary, whom are we waiting to do on our behalf? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's not enough. We have concluded the panel. You saw the passion in this discussion. So it's something that we should take, all of us, that we need to use AI, but we need to be mindful. It is a two-way. It's good and it's you don't want to say it's bad, but it is, because it is not doing well with our children. So thank you very much, our panelists. For me, I like it when they will come here, we take our group photo as we invite the next, as I hand over to our main moderator. And thank you very much. You have done an excellent job. Thank you.
As you take the picture panel, come here. Please let's clap for this panel. And I can't thank you more than because you've been very attentive listeners. I actually thought you forgot about food. So thank you so much. Now we are almost getting there. I'm going to call the moderator of this last session, not to present, because you can already see it's about group work, which can be done tomorrow, but to launch the film, and then we close. So be patient for at least next 10 minutes. Now allow me welcome what is the name, by the way, when you're hungry also, the eyes. Where is the name? Okay. I'm going to invite Honorable Dr. Gladness Salema, who is supposed to be moderating this session, to take us through the launch, and then will also guide us on how we're going to break into groups, and then we call it a day. So Honorable Gladness, please hurry up here. Get back the podium. Kindly help us not too much for now, until, so that we can go at once. Yes. In the meantime, let's be clapping for Dr. Gladness as she comes. Asante sana. Please have the mic. Thank you. Okay, so yes.
Habari ya jioni. Good evening. So I take this opportunity to welcome all of you in this special event. As you see in the program, we have a book launch, Women Supporting Women. Okay, so we are going to support our fellow woman. She's a mother. She's a leader. She's a professional. She's a politician. Above all, she's a writer. Okay? So at this moment, we are not just doing a book launch, but we are going to appreciate knowledge sharing. We are going to appreciate coaching through writing. We are going to appreciate mentorship through writing. We are going to appreciate a role model. Okay? So I really welcome you. Nawakaribisha sana. You'll allow me to do Sanglish, eh? Because the book is also in Swahili. Can I have the book? No, Kitabu. Can I have the copy of the book? So I'd like to introduce the writer, Mwalimu Queen Mlozi, with experience in public service, utumishi wa umma, experience in political position. In Tanzania, we have Chama cha Mapinduzi as the main party, main ruling party. Eh? So she has been the SG for the women. Okay? UWT, Umoja wa Wanawake Tanzania wa Chama cha Mapinduzi. It's a big position at a national level. Okay? So she's quite renowned. But she has also been a teacher. So she has stayed in the public education as a teacher. but she also climbed a ladder. So I really want us to appreciate from this journey. It didn't just happen in the morning, but she had to take steps. So she started as you are starting today. I'm talking to the young girls and women. She started as a primary school teacher. She became the headmistress. Then she joined the teachers' college, you see? Then she became afisa elimu manispaa. This is an educational officer of a council. You see the steps. I would like us to appreciate these steps. Then she became the district commissioner. Do you see how things happen? Young people, are we there? We are celebrating the journey. We are celebrating the journey. Then akawa katibu mkuu wa UWT Taifa. So it didn't just happen. And this evening, jioni ya leo, we are celebrating that journey which has been written here. It has been documented. Safari ya maisha ya Mama Queen Mwanshinga Mlozi. The title of the book, I really like it. It really goes together with the dialogue since morning. The title of the book is Nimeweza. Nimeweza. In English, how do we say it? I made it. So if she made it, why not you? If she was able to go through the journey, life journey, why not you? So when I read this, her profile, I see an intentional person. She was intentional throughout the journey. So it's also possible with you today, this evening, for you to be intentional. At the end, we will celebrate you that you have made it. Piga makofi kwa ajili ya Mama Queen. Karibu sana, karibu sana. Naomba nikukaribishe kwenye podium. Uongee kuhusu hiki kitabu chako. Na niseme briefly, we are doing a second launch. This book was also launched by the Minister for Social, niseme ustawi wa jamii wa Tanzania, Dr. Dorothy Gwajima, Dodoma. And today we are relaunching it at the EAC. Why? Because it is the whole story of what we have been talking this morning. Ni yale ambayo tumezungumza toka asubuhi. You have to be intentional na kwamba unaweza kama binti, kama mtoto wa kike. Karibu sana Mama Queen, karibu endelee.
Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, pamoja na mwezeshaji na wageni waalikwa. Kwanza kabisa, ninaomba niwasalimie. Habarini za jioni. Najua mmechoka, nitatumia muda mfupi sana. Kitabu changu kina ukurasa 358, lakini nimesummarize angalau nimepata peji 7 tu. Kwa hiyo nitajitahidi kwenda haraka. Ninaomba msinichoke. Ninaomba niwakaribishe na ninaomba pia wanaume msichoke. Vijana wetu nimewaona pale nyuma, nimefurahi. Na wanawake wanasema hivi, maendeleo ya mwanamke, mwanaume yuko bega kwa bega, sio yuko nyuma, yuko bega kwa bega kusupport. Lakini pia ni kinyume chake, maendeleo ya mwanamke yuko bega kwa bega. Awali ya yote nichukue nafasi hii kwa heshima kubwa na kwa unyenyekevu kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu aliyetujalia wote uzima, tuko hapa katika kongamano hili kwa uwezo wake. Niwashukuru sana walionisaidia wote, siwezi kuwataja, ni wengi, hata kufikia hatua hii. Hatua hii ni kubwa, mimi mwenyewe naiogopa, lakini nashukuru Mungu sikukata tamaa. Lakini niombe sana, kwa heshima kubwa nikushukuru sana Balozi Fatuma pamoja na timu yako kwa kunialika nije baada ya kuona kazi yangu. Kwa kweli nawashukuru. Nia yangu nanyi ndugu zangu niwashirikishe katika hili, tuwe pamoja. Pia ninaomba nichukue nafasi hii kwamba kama alivyozungumza moderator wangu, nilishazindua kitabu hiki. Kwa hiyo hapa nimekuja kutambulisha rasmi. Nimekuja kutambulisha si utambulisho wa kitabu tu. Si utambulisho wa kitabu tu. Nimekuja kuwaeleza historia fupi ya kufikia mafanikio yako katika maisha. Lengo si kukata tamaa. Kama alivyoeleza moderator wangu ni kwamba mimi nimetumikia nchi hii zaidi ya miaka 46. Sasa utaniuliza, huyu mama alianza kama mwalimu darasani, ni kweli, lakini niliendelea kupanda kidogo kwa sababu ualimu wangu awali nilikuwa nimemaliza darasa la 7. Kama mnakumbuka zamani, wale wenzangu wengine aliyemaliza darasa la 7 alikuwa anaweza kwenda kuchukua kozi ya ualimu, na ndivyo nilivyokuwa mimi. Lakini unapokwenda kwenye kozi ya darasa la 7, it means unakuwa mwalimu wa daraja la chini. Na kwa nini nibaki kuwa mwalimu wa daraja la chini? Nilijiendeleza, nilifanya mitihani ya kitaifa yote inayojulikana na nilifaulu. Ndio maana nikawa ninapanda. Nikawa mwalimu wa grade A, nilifanya mitihani ya qualifying test, nikafanya O level, nikafanya A level, nikawa nafaulu. Nimeenda diploma, nimerudi, wakanipandisha, hasa nenda huku. Kwa hiyo yote haya ninataka niseme, katika maisha hakuna kukata tamaa. Hasa watoto wa kike, hasa wanawake, ni kusonga mbele, kwa sababu uwezo tunao. Uwezo ni mkubwa. Lazima tuhakikishe kwamba haya yaliyokuwa yanazungumzwa basi yanafanyika. Ndugu wageni waalikwa, nimejifunza kwamba katika hizi nafasi zote nilizojifunza, ninasema kwamba uongozi ni dhamana, uongozi ni uadilifu, uongozi ni msingi wa utumishi na maendeleo ya wananchi, na ndicho kipimo cha mafanikio. Na katika kitabu changu, katika sura ya 1, nimeeleza tu juu ya historia ya utamaduni wa kabila langu. Na wewe unaweza unaeleza juu ya kabila lako. Ninasema hivi kwa sababu ninaamini taifa lisilokuwa na utamaduni, lisilokuwa na mila, lisilokuwa na desturi, linapoteza mwelekeo. Hivyo basi, ninaamini kabisa tunapojenga undugu wetu wa Afrika Mashariki wa leo na kesho, tunapaswa kuthamini historia ya utamaduni, maadili yaliyojengwa na jamii. Na huu ndio urithi ambao tunapaswa kuacha kwa watoto wetu na vizazi vijavyo. Katika safari yangu ya elimu, kama nilivyosema, nimepita milima na mabonde. Kufanya mitihani kama mwanafunzi wa kujitegemea, private candidate, sio kitu rahisi. Na wakati huo wewe ni mama, ni mtumishi, ni kiongozi, una nyadhifa zote. Sasa unawezaje ukafanya mitihani? Urudi nyumbani, wewe ni mama, huku baba anasema hivi, unaenda huku bosi anasema hivi. Vitu hivi unatakiwa kuvibalance. Hakuna hata kitu kimoja kukiacha, ili mradi unapanga ratiba yako, lengo na nia unakuwa nayo. Kulikuwa na wakati ambapo sikupata nafasi, lakini nilipata nafasi. Kushindwa kwa muda si mwisho wa safari. Muda upo. Muda ni mali. Tumia muda wako vizuri, kila kitu kitaenda. Hasa nyinyi mabinti, tumieni muda wenu vizuri. mtafanikiwa katika maisha. Katika kitabu changu nimeeleza juu ya utumishi wa umma kama nilivyowaambia, zile hatua nilizozisema hapo sitaweza kuparudia kwa sababu ni marudio, na nashukuru moderator wangu amejaribu kueleza. Ninataka kusema tu kwamba kama ilivyo mtumishi wa umma unakumbana na mambo mbalimbali, na kama hujakumbana nayo, nina imani kabisa kila mmoja anakumbana na vitu mbalimbali. Kuna majungu, kuna fitina, kuna maneno, kuna hili. Kila mtu anajaribu kukatisha tamaa ili usiende. Na kwa nini ukate tamaa? Wakati wewe hujui Mungu wako amekuwekea nini? Hujui profile yako? Songa mbele. Songa mbele. Songa mbele mwanamke. Kwa hiyo baada ya hapo mimi nilienda kwenye uongozi wa kisiasa kama alivyokuwa amesema. Nimepitia katika majukumu mengi ya kisiasa ambayo ilikuwa ndio mkuu wa wilaya, nimekwenda Ukerewe. Mazingira ya Ukerewe sio mchezo. Kama yuko Mkerewe hapa aseme. Nilikuwa first appointment miaka 4, lakini wanaume wengine walikimbia. Akizama tu anakimbia, anaogopa. Mimi nilisema sitaogopa na nitafanya kazi. Nikapanda boti ile ya kusukuma na masia ya injini. Boti ya makasia. Kerewe ina visiwa 38. Ndio vijiji, ndio mitaa, ndio kila kitu. Lakini nilifanya zaidi ya miaka 4. Nikahama. Mwingine unaogopa nini sasa? Huku kuna uchawi, ambia uchawi hakuna, hata mimi ni mchawi. Nasonga mbele, nafaulu, naondoka. Nikahamishiwa Singida, nikaenda Urambo, nikaenda Tabora. Nikaongezewa na muda na kiongozi wangu. Akaniambia utaongezewa UDC miaka 2, sio kawaida. Nikajua mimi nimestaafu. Akaniambia hapana, wewe njoo nisaidie. Baadaye nikateuliwa kwenye chama. Safari inatufundisha kuwa mwajibikaji. Safari yoyote ya mafanikio, uwe mwajibikaji, uwe mwadilifu, uwe na subira ya kufanya maamuzi. Pia ujifunze kuwa maendeleo ya taifa na ya ukanda mzima wa Afrika Mashariki yanahitaji uongozi wenye maadili mema, uaminifu na moyo wa dhati wa kulitumikia taifa na wananchi wake. Kupitia uzoefu huo, nimeamua kuwa uongozi bora unaacha alama kila mahali. Uongozi bora unaacha alama kila mahali. Na pia wewe kama kiongozi unakuwa ni chachu ya maendeleo. Nilikuwa nimesema hapa ndugu zangu kwamba sasa unawezaje wewe kuwa huku ni mama, huku ni mwanamke, huku ni familia, huku ni kiongozi. Ninasema kwamba unapotimiza mambo yote, unaweza ukawa mama bora, unaweza ukawa mlezi bora, unaweza ukawa wakati huo huo unakuwa ni kiongozi bora. Hakuna kitakacho kushinda. Hivyo basi, wanawake wanapaswa kupewa nafasi ya kushiriki kikamilifu katika elimu, katika uchumi, katika siasa, katika maamuzi yanayohusu maendeleo ya jamii yetu. Hivi katika kongamano hili la leo, ningependa pia kusisitiza kuwa maendeleo yetu ya Afrika Mashariki hayawezi kufikiwa bila ushiriki wa wanawake. Wanawake oye! Wanaume msikasirike. Mwisho kabisa, ninaomba nitoe ujumbe kwa vijana. Na humu nimeandika habari za vijana, kwa sababu mimi ndio warithi. Vijana wetu wa leo, hasa wasichana, ambao mara nyingi tunakata tamaa na mara nyingi hatufiki tulipokuwa tumepangiwa kwa sababu ya changamoto mbalimbali hapo katikati hapo. Sisi tunapatwa na nini? Lakini nina theory inasema msichana yeyote anapoanza shule ni lazima avae magauni manne. Akitaka kufikia kwenye malengo, avae magauni manne na si vinginevyo. Gauni la kwanza ni sare ya shule. Mzazi unisikilize. Gauni la kwanza la mtoto wa kike ni sare ya shule tangu anaanza madarasa ya awali mpaka anafika kidato cha 6. Si wanavaa sare jamani? Mtoto yule lazima avae sare. Sare ya pili anayotakiwa avae, ambayo ni gauni la pili, akimaliza kidato cha 6 atakwenda chuo. Naye siku moja anavaa joho, anamaliza degree yake, anamaliza masters yake, anamaliza PhD, anasonga mbele. Hilo gauni la pili. Gauni la tatu ni gauni la nini? Ni gauni la harusi. Kila mmoja mzazi anapenda mtoto wako aolewe, si ndio jamani? Sasa pale ndugu wanafurahi, watu tunashangilia, anakwenda kuanza maisha. Mwisho anavaa gauni la 4, linaitwa gauni la ujauzito. Sasa watoto wetu wengine wa kike anaanza kuvaa gauni la 4. Nimalize kwa kusema kuwa mimi, kwa sababu nimesha katika kitabu changu hiki nimewalenga sana wanawake na vijana, ninaomba hiki kitabu kiwe hidaya kwenu. Ipokeeni, isomeni, itumieni. Pia mnaweza mkafanya zaidi kuliko mimi. Nyinyi mnaweza kufanya wonders. Ninawatakia kila laheri. Na nimesema nimeweza kwa sababu kama nilivyoeleza, nimeanza hatua ya chini mpaka nimefika juu. Nikasema no way, hapa nimeweza. Atakayesema sijaweza, najua mtakuwa na maswali. Mwingine anasema ameweza. Ameweza nini? Ndio maswali ya uchokozi yanaitwa. Je, amewezaje? Hivi kweli ameweza? Ukitaka kupata ya majibu ya maswali hayo, tunaitwa maswali chokonozi, naomba nikukaribishe uweze kusoma kitabu hiki, ukinunue, ujifunze. Huyu ni mwalimu. Hiki ni kitendea kazi kwa mdau yoyote. Hiki na vipo hapo nje, nilikuwa namalizia mwenyekiti. Ni kwamba kuna vya aina 2, sijui wameleta aina ngapi. Ukiangalia hiki ni executive, cover lake inaweza kudumu kwa muda mrefu, ni shilingi 70, na vya kawaida ni shilingi 50,000. Unapofanya kazi ya namna hii, pia huo ndio ujasiriamali wangu. Siwezi kufuga, siwezi kulima, nimetumia kalamu yangu. Basi baada ya kusema hayo, ninawashukuru sana kila moja kwa nafasi yake. Asanteni sana sana sana. Nachukua nafasi hii kualika sasa muweze kuniunga mkono. Mungu ibariki Afrika. Mungu ibariki Afrika Mashariki. Mungu ibariki Tanzania. Nawashukuru kwa kunisikiliza na Mungu awabariki. Asanteni sana. Karibuni sana.
Asante sana. Wow. Can I tell you one story that she didn't say, but I don't want to make anybody emotional. Mrs. Queen Mulozi is no extraordinary woman. My sister has summarized everything, but for me, her life story is a symbol of a woman of dignity, integrity, humility, resilience, but she's never been a quitter. There is a lot to learn from her story. Nafikiri vijana, even wakina mama, kuna mengi tunaweza tukaiga kutoka kwake. And she has made a great contribution to intergenerational dialogue. I want us to use her book. Tengeru, but even as Eala Women Caucus, we are committed. We are from 8 partner states. We have to spread this news. Swahili is now the official language of the community. I want Ambassador to buy one book to take to Uganda to popularize it. I want Kenya, Onyong, you have to take one. I want my sister Vino Pile to take one to South Africa. I want Honorable Francine to take one to Rwanda. I want Dr. Gabriel to take one to South Sudan. I want everyone, you know, we need to support her. She's told us we have one for 70,000, another, the executive one for 90,000. 70,000 of Tanzanian shillings. So ni 70,000 hela ya Tanzania. Yeah, so they'll be bringing the books, but let me tell you that we also have an exhibition outside to support women, wanawake wajasiriamali. So even her book is there, we can find it there. Let's support her, but let's utilize the book because I think this is why she brought it to East African community. She could have stopped at the level of the nation, but because it will benefit all of us, she decided to bring it here. So thank you so much. This is part of your legacy and it will live on. So on another note, I just want to tell you how special she is. And when she requested me that she wanted to relaunch her book to support the intergenerational dialogue, I found a great woman in her, a leader, but then a special person to us as Eala women, and also Eala as a whole. Mrs. Queen Mulozi is the mother of late Dr. Shogo. So you can see the beautiful daughters, the daughters of our dear sister. You can come here. Yeah, so there is something that is special about her and also the connection with us as Eala. So we need to support her, and not because of that, but I also wanted to add that so that you understand that it's not only Mrs. Queen Mulozi, but she's special to us as Eala, as East African community. Dr. Shogo was a friend of all of us. We loved her. She was a special person. She was brilliant. She was an exceptional person. And for her, her legacy lives on. And we are thinking as the Eala Women Caucus in tribute of her, because she liked so much, she was so committed to gender equality, just like the mother and the empowerment of women. And because of circumstances of what she went through that led to the loss of her great soul, we are thinking that, and that we shall, if possible, with the support of the EAC Secretariat and even the council chair, the council, to start a daycare center here in East African community in her name. I hope they will allow us, so that young women who are breastfeeding can have a space to work, but also care for the little ones. So this is, for us, we think it will be a tribute to her great work, to her legacy, but also helping the young mothers to do the multiple roles that Mrs. Queen Mulozi was able to do as an educator, as someone who was working, but also to continue cherishing her legacy. So with those many remarks, I want to tell you that we support you. And on behalf of Eala Women Caucus, as a show of support, we are going to buy 5 books. And we want to encourage everyone to feel free and support her. So we love you so much.
The Caucus. Before she needs to represent the Kadogo.
Let me hold the book.
At least all of us are meant to buy a book, right? If we can afford, right? So, but she gave a wonderful message. Why don't you applaud her? Thank you so much. And thank you for bringing these beautiful daughters. And so as we conclude, we have an item, last. Where is Kevin? Take us through groups so that as we break, we know which groups we shall fit in. So tomorrow we come directly to our groups and present to the house. Thank you. Just be patient for 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I have a brief announcement of tomorrow's schedule. Tomorrow we'll be having a working group session whereby we'll be having 4 different groups. Please bear with me to listen to what each group will be discussing. We'll be having Group A, which will be discussing about digital safety and TFGBV responses. This group will be headed or facilitated by Ms. Hadija Kaija. She'll be the moderator. The second group will be STEM, AI, and Women's Economic Empowerment. The facilitator will be Ms. Pamela Chogo, lecturer from the Institute of Accountancy, Arusha. The third one will be Women in Digital Leadership and Governance, facilitated by Ms. Lillian Alex, CEO of IACSOF. And the last one, the fourth, will be discussing about innovation, entrepreneurship, and access to finance, facilitated by Ms. Janice Kimaro, Executive Director of East Africa Women in Business. Each group will break into different venues. The first one, digital safety and GBV responses will be convening here at Victoria Conference Hall. The second one, STEM, AI, and Women's Economic Empowerment, will convene in room 1314. The third one, Women in Digital Leadership and Governance, will be in room 1305. And the last one will be in room 1306, all found in the first floor of this building. What is our expectation? We expect to have an engagement of women in from different ages, young, the middle ages, and the other ones, discussing about the issues pertaining in these topics. And from there, we expect to have what we call recommendations, which will be presented here together so that we can come up with resolutions on how we'll be going about from there. So anyone interested in each or a different topic is allowed to join the groups so that they can link with others and discuss. The groups will be having secretaries and rapporteurs, of which they'll be expected to bring us those recommendations. Thank you. Okay, so the panel will convene from 8:30 up to 10. Then we'll convene here, both of us. Yes. Yes, you choose whichever one you feel able to join and discuss. Thank you. I hope all you get the rooms. 4. Yes. Okay, we shall do that.
So you will be getting to know the rooms tomorrow as you come. But for today, it has really been a wonderful day for us here at the East African Legislative Assembly. Being with you without lunch up to this time, it's interesting. But without speaking many other words unnecessarily, I want us to commend all the panelists from the opening session up to the end, because they have done us great. Can we clap for them? And I would also like us to commend ourselves for sitting from morning up to evening. Let us clap for ourselves. And of course, Allah and Almighty God have enabled our being here. So, like tomorrow, we will have to start very early because in the afternoon we have plenary. We expect to be here at least by 8. So let's try to keep time. Starting is always a challenge, but tomorrow we should be able to run smoothly. We want to commend Ambassador Fatuma, our chairperson, and all of you. Please enjoy your evening in Arusha. And enjoy your evening. Lunch is served. Lunch stroke or dinner is served across. If you have your coupon, please follow that direction just across. So really, it has been a common face. I've been a common face in front of you. I now sign out officially. Asante. Yes. Hongera sana.